everyone, welcome to Low Ink August 2021. This is day 2. It is a bright and beautiful Sunday afternoon. My name is Skepidillions and I am here with Riley. How are you doing today, Riley?
I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking. Definitely exciting to be here commentating Low Ink. Definitely everybody's favorite time of the month, essentially.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a tournament of the month, if I can say so myself, and I'm very excited to be here. We will be working forward towards a round 1 with Illumineye versus PowerInk. Have you heard of either of these teams?
Yes, definitely. PowerInk is a team that I believe got Div 7 recently, finished in the top 3 of that Div, and won beta bracket, I believe, 2 months ago, and this is their first time making Alpha, so I'm sure they're excited to do well here. Illumineye being a team that made Alpha bracket for the first time last month, and went 5-1 yesterday, capitalizing on that success. So this is bound to be a pretty even match, I believe, and definitely looking forward to see who emerges on top in this one. It could be a very... I could see this going to Game 5, potentially, just right off the bat, but we'll just have to see. The first map we're going to here is Zones on Piranha Pit.
Zones Piranha Pit, definitely an interesting map mode. You definitely expect to see more splashdowns than you normally would see here on other map modes. Also, snipers really do have an advantage. Both of those zones being in true mid in such a confrontational close map definitely leads to some interesting fights. We might even see some blasters. I did see a couple of those come out with day 1 yesterday, and that would be absolutely fascinating. And it looks like the match is starting, so we get to see the wonderful comp.
Absolutely. I'm not too familiar with the players on PowerInk in particular and what weapons they play, but in terms of Inkeye, they have a fair number of members, so it's kind of hard to keep track of everybody. But we do see we have a junior and a custom explosion coming out from the side of Illumineye. Meanwhile, PowerInk sporting a much more kind of traditional comp in terms of zones on this map. Bamboo, of course, being a very strong pick here. But we do see that,
the first player going down would be the K-Pro on the side of Illumineye. 2 members are down on the side of PowerInk, and it does look like the match is starting. Sorry to speak over you, Riley.
Yeah, it seemed like Illumineye was kind of having trouble maintaining control at the very beginning there, but it seems that they were able to hold on just a little bit here but we do see that PowerInk is in the process of deploying specials, trying to contest zone as best they can. That's 2 down on the side of Illumineye, although they are able to bring 2 down, make that 3 down on the side of PowerInk here. So it seems like Illumineye is going to be getting a bit better lead, as we see Jade here kind of using the VR bomb a bit earlier than one might expect. Figured stop throwing specials to kind of prevent them from coming in. But we do see that PowerInk are making an effort to get back to the zone. But Illumineye using that armor to kind of solidify their presence in mid, but Seekink going down, and the Squeaks are getting another pick off the bubbles. It's just Jade on the K-Pro left alive here, and that's going to be a delayed wipe. Squeezer doing a very nice job of enabling the team to take control there. Now Inkeye is going to have to fight, or Illumineye is going to have to fight back to get control again.
PowerInk is currently in control of the zone, but unfortunately their Zap and their K-Shot do fall down, meaning that they're lacking those absolutely pivotal missiles and armor. Make that 3 down on the side of PowerInk. It's going to be very easy for Illumineye to cap the zone, and they do. They do have their armor ready to pop for the re-engagement, and the rest of the members of the team on Illumineye are working towards their specials. We do see that Junior pop armor and the K-Pro pop Booyah trying to prevent the members from PowerInk from re-engaging the zone as they work down their penalty points.
Certainly. We see the Explode here kind of doing standard Explode things, essentially sticking by zone and trying to help out anyone with a 1v1 here. We do see the Squeezer deploying the bubble, trying to use that as an opportunity to push, but they weren't really able to get much off of that. But that's 3 down on the side of Illumineye, and PowerInk don't really have much penalty to go through here. It's just K-Pro forced to jump back, as you briefly saw there. It seems that the NZAP here, using the bombs on the snipe area, able to get a pick on the K-Pro. This is a very solid position to be in. We're going to have to see the X-Blow and potentially some other weapons on the side of Illumineye, like using bombs to try and hope for a pick that will allow them to get back in. But we do see them pushing with the baller. This could potentially be dangerous here. But also, PowerInk coming through the armor, that's going to be kind of more pressure on top of Illumineye that they don't really want to deal with.
Yeah, PowerInk is currently able to re-engage the zone. They do manage to get that splashdown cancel and give us a nice booyah. PowerInk does take the lead. The foil squeezer is ready to pop bubbles, and it looks like the rest of the members of PowerInk are trying to re-engage. The foil does go down, taking out that special utility with them, but they can hold zone here. Radish is pushing the zone with that X-Flow, getting ready to paint the zone as quickly as possible, and one member does go down, being the K-Shot on the side of PowerInk.
Just barely not able to get a trade, but fortunately they do get brought down. It seemed that PowerInk were quite a ways away from all of their specials, which wasn't really able to prevent Illumineye from coming back to zone. But they hardly have any penalty left now, so PowerInk is going to need to do some severe pushing with specials here. You see them deploying both of their Tempa missiles. That might provide them a solid opening, and indeed, 2 members of Illumineye going down. This is definitely a decent position to be in, although the zap going down is rather unfortunate here. But we do see those bubbles that have been so useful throughout this entire game so far. But the squeeze is getting chased down. It's not clear if they'll be able to survive this, but they are able to bring down the K-Pro, but it's just 2 down on the side of, they've got 3 down on the side of PowerInk. It seems like Illumineye's in a solid position here, but they do have more penalty to go with. They're going to have to be consistently on point if they want to steal this lead back.
Yeah, lockouts are possible on this map with a significant amount of special pressure. 8 penalty points is nothing to go through, and they are ticking through those quite rapidly with 30 seconds left in the match. PowerInk is going to want to push in as quickly as possible. It does look like both the K-Shot and the Bamboo Pop missiles managing to take out members of Illumineye, giving them clear access to the zone. It is now their time to prepare for a lockout against the members of Illumineye, and they are doing so quite successfully. That Bamboo is taking as many pot shots as they can on that snipe.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't... Things are looking awfully pear-shaped for Illumineye right now, but Paper is able to get a last-second double if they're able to neutralize zone, but sadly, no, they weren't able to get one of their zones in time. So that's going to be game 1 in favor of PowerInk right here.
Yeah, what a fantastic match. The zone was back and forth as we would expect in high-level competitive zones. You just tend to see that a lot. The squeezer popping off with 22 KAs. That's very impressive. They were definitely putting in a lot of work and managed to take on quite a number of successful 2v1s.
Yeah, there was a moment where we saw them kind of head into a 1v3, and it was unclear if they would survive, but they were still able to kind of live for a little bit and get a pick off of that. Definitely, the bubbles were also extremely helpful for pushing in as well. It just kind of seemed throughout that match that Illumineye didn't really have a clear plan of getting back into zone after PowerInk had laughed them out for a bit, but regardless, it was still a very well-fought match. Now, it is notable that much like last month, we are having a counter-pick system in play. How this works is the losing team of the previous game will pick the next map and mode combination, and you can't pick a map and mode that you've already won on, like a map you've won on and a mode you've won on, if that makes any sense. But regardless, we are heading to TC Mako Mart. What might you expect them to do differently here to work around this map mode combo?
Well, sloshers really benefit here, rollers really benefit. There are a couple of snipers that can perform very well on TC Mako. I would expect to see an NZAP. You know, that's just what you see on Mako, just because they tend to perform a little bit better than juniors in this more frontline heavy, aggressive situation with TC Mako. I would expect lots and lots of missiles. Just given the current situation with the meta.
Definitely makes sense, considering PowerInk were running a double missile in the previous game. It wouldn't be too far-fetched to see, but kind of curious if we'll see the Tetra dualies again, because that's not really something you see all that much anymore in this meta, but I myself am, a fan of watching Tetra mains, so...
Oh, me too. I love watching Tetras. I definitely would be curious to see them on TC Mako, but if we do manage to see that, it's always very nice.
Absolutely. But just 5 seconds left to warm up here, but it seems that hopefully they had their comp ready. It was kind of unclear if they had properly readied up in time, but regardless, we're heading into the game, and we'll be seeing what comps they decide to bring here.
Yeah, and the match is starting, so we get to see, do they change it or do they keep it up? It looks like we are seeing a K-Gal coming out with that GG Booyah that they're going to desperately want. And we do see a K-Gal coming out on both sides. Radish is trading out the Expla for the Slosher. And we see a Splashomatic and Kunder. Gotta admit, I love Kunder on TC Mako. The first member going down would be Radish, though, with that Slosher, followed shortly after by the Splash. PowerInk is beginning their push, and they are charging up their special utility. That's something that they're going to desperately need for this first checkpoint, as all those members are coming out of spawn.
Definitely. PowerInk already getting to the first checkpoint here, but Illumineye making an effort to kind of diminish this push here with the Booyah Bomb, but sadly wasn't really able to dispel much. But that is 2 down on the side of PowerInk now, make that 3, as Seekint here on the K-Gal is just trying to snuff out the Zap however possible, with Nox trying to just build armor as quickly as possible to solidify this push. Not to mention the Tenta Missiles and Booyah Bomb coming out here as well, which will kind of hold them back for just a little bit. We do see Seekint trying to get some kills here on the right side, but it seems they're alone in that endeavor, so they might have to get forced back. The PowerInk coming through with the armor, that might be hard, but a very nice Inkjet shot from Jade, able to potentially get a bit more leeway here on this push, and Squeegee here kind of getting harangued by this K-Gal and Slosher, but they're still able to maintain a presence and stay alive, so that's very well played from them. Radish on the Slosher, similarly, kind of in a tough spot and able to survive regardless. Illumineye getting through that checkpoint and taking lead. This is looking pretty in their favor right now, as it's a 3v3 scenario. PowerInk doesn't really seem to have many specials left online aside from that armor. The K-Gal's trying to build Booyah as quickly as possible, but that's 2 down on the side of Illumineye. Make that 3 down, and it doesn't seem like there's much else they can do. Seekint's just going to have to pop this Booyah Bomb and get back as quickly as possible.
Yeah, absolutely, but getting past that second checkpoint and third checkpoint is quite an accomplishment. Illumineye is going to have their... PowerInk is going to have their work cut out for them. 3 members are down. That Bamboo is currently the only one up, and Illumineye is beginning yet another counter push, trying to say that, hey, our push isn't quite dead yet. We are still here to pop off today at low 8. They are back where they previously were with 4 remaining, but they once again get wiped.
It was a rather scary situation yet again for PowerInk, but then again, we still have over 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in this game. It's very much far from over. It's just a matter of how well PowerInk can respond to this pressure and, you know, not make panic plays. They gotta still play smart if they want to get anywhere.
PowerInk is pushing. They are returning back to where that first checkpoint was. They do have a significant portion of their specials online. That K-Gal does have the Booyah ready to go, and they are holding it. They are popping it now. Unfortunately, the Squeezer does go down, putting them in a 3v4 situation, but they managed to redeem that by taking out the Splash. Sadly, the NZAP does fall, taking out their major source of armor. That is the advantage that the Kunder has on this map when it's extremely aggressive, is just the survivability that it has against more traditional armor farmers such as the NZAP and Junior. They are putting in quite a significant amount of work, but they do go down. Indeed,
Kunder is just kind of an irritating weapon for most people to deal with because you don't see it too often, so not entirely sure, some might think, how to, you know, kill a weapon that constantly has its shield out as it shoots. But regardless here, we do see Illumineye trying to maintain as much mid-control as possible as PowerInk begins their push. That is 2 down on the side of PowerInk. Very nice special usage there coming from Illumineye. But it's a 2v2 scenario now as Jade is getting slowly pinched out here. But they are able to make an escape and kind of stay together, but sadly will be brought down by the bomb here. It does appear that mid-control is rather torn right now, but it's 2 down on the side of Illumineye. This could mean that PowerInk might be able to get another push going momentarily.
Seekint is falling back, getting prepared to defend that second checkpoint. That's definitely something that you do want to see. They are halfway to Booyah with missiles currently on them. The Splash does go down on the side of Illumineye, which is going to make it a little bit more difficult to defend that checkpoint, but not impossible. PowerInk does pop that Booyah, trying to use it to help them clear that checkpoint, and they do, barreling towards that KO, but all 4 members are up on the side of Illumineye, and their Foil Squeezer is down. They don't have control of the tower right now, and Seekint is going to pop a Booyah and try and defend it.
That booyah was absolutely huge from Sequent there, able to stall it for just a little bit, and as well as the trade here. But it's looking awfully close right now. But that's 3 down on the side of Illumineye, and 3 up on the side of PowerInk. This might be game here, unless they're able to get a huge pick as they fall down. But no, that's going to be game 2 in favor of PowerInk.
Dang, that final 30 seconds was absolutely intense. PowerInk just kept jumping in, trying to get picks. Illumineye was desperately trying to hold on to as many specials as they could to try and defend their checkpoint, but PowerInk just really came in clutch at the end there, narrowly pulling lead. That was extremely impressive.
Indeed, that was definitely, like I said, it was just a matter of not buckling under pressure at all, which, one could possibly say that Illumineye were kind of struggling with barreling towards the checkpoint, like right at the very end there, as all 4 members of PowerInk were kind of grouped around that area. But regardless, hats off to PowerInk for showing that they can operate under such pressure. It's kind of... So, the counter pick is in Illumineye's favor once again here. They've got to be thinking... Like, they have to think of this in terms of PowerInk has a very general comp that we've been seeing thus far, so they basically just have to think of this in terms of, well, what plays to our strengths or something.
Yeah, and you also want to be able to deny the opponent maps that play into their strengths. At this point, Illumineye is aware of what PowerInk's comp is capable of. They know that they're capable of being aggressive. They know that they have that X-Flow that can really fall back and switch up their weapons quite successfully. They are going to choose Splat Zone to Ink Blot here. This is definitely something that's going to be very, very interesting to see.
Absolutely. We, yet again, PowerInk's comp throughout these 2 games has put out a lot of paint, and they do have decent range. Again, it's just an all-around very solid kind of all-purpose comp. But surely, in the event, like in the case of this, Illumineye's got to have kind of something up their sleeve for this map mode in particular. I think it's just a matter of how they play this particular game that they will, in terms of decision-making, that will show like how strong of a choice this was for them.
And PowerInk is going to be coming out with a sniper, and the Tetras are coming back out on the side of Illumineye. That is absolutely refreshing to see. We do see that X-Flow again, along with a Junior and Octo Shot, and on the other side we have the Firefin, the K-Shot, the NZAP 85, and the Foil Squeezer. I would like to point out that every single member of Illumineye is running LDE, which is quite interesting to see.
Smart move considering LDE, I believe its effects are boosted depending on how many of members of your team are running it, so that was rather well thought out. However, it seems that PowerInk has already gotten into a solid position here as the Charger is able to just kind of apply a lot of pressure on the Splat, and essentially Illumineye has got to get a lucky shot with like Inkjet here, or potentially Baller to catch them off guard, and indeed that exact thing just happened. Wow. Jade on that Inkjet getting a very nice kill on the sniper, and Illumineye rushing zone, trying to snuff out anyone they can. Not able to get a pick on that jump, but they see the K-Shot still there. That might be able to provide some jumps, but yeah, they're finally brought down here. Illumineye is in a solid position now. If they're able to push up to their plat and potentially take out the Charger, that would be huge in turning the course of this game, essentially. But it seems that they're just trying to build specials at the moment. There's 3 specials up on the side of PowerInk, and they have the armor and the bubbles coming online. The Splashdown did a good job of neutralizing that for a moment there, but it seems that PowerInk's in a rather precarious scenario in terms of pushing back here. It was 2 down briefly on the side of PowerInk. Squirrel on the K-Shot here is under a lot of pressure from this Tech Splasher, but they are able to bring it down regardless, and a nice trade on the Tetras as well. That's 3 down on the side of Illumineye, and PowerInk is back in control yet again.
Man, that K-Shot sure put in some serious work. Aaron is doing a good job of maintaining top mid here. That's definitely a place you want to be. You want to be able to pressure the opponent's plat just because of how successful and easily defendable that area is for your opponent. Inkjet does unfortunately go down on the side of Illumineye. The X-Flow Collapse Faller is going to try and re-engage the zone with this, but unfortunately 2 members of the team are down. PowerInk is working down and maintaining quite a significant lead here with no penalty points and 20 remaining with 2.5 minutes left in this match. This is not a situation you want to be in. You have 2 members coming out of spawn and 2 members down on the side of Illumineye, and it looks like PowerInk might be able to take the KO here.
That was a very strong effort from PowerInk there. We saw the junior getting kind of a double at the very end there by essentially sharking their ledge. They kind of noticed that Illumineye had a tendency to kind of rush objective, and they were able to catch on to that and punish them for it. So that was very smart thinking from the junior there. And also Swirl on the K-shot was definitely doing a lot of good work there, as they were able to just survive so many fights. Definitely PowerInk coming through with a very strong performance. You can expect them to do rather well in Alpha Bracket this time. Illumineye going to Losers Bracket, where it will be best of 3. Surely they're as well a strong team, so you can expect good things from them coming forward as well.
Yeah, and it looks like we will be wrapping up with this set. Congratulations to PowerInk for taking the and moving on here in the Alpha Bracket. That was a really nice set. My favorite match was definitely the one on TC Mako, just because of how intense it was in the last 30 seconds. I'll admit I wasn't expecting PowerInk to pull that clutch, but they absolutely did. And just pop off, guys.
I agree. Special coordination, as well as kind of, using their comp to their advantage, is very solid effort from PowerInk.
But we will be right back with the winners round 2 of Low Ink. Stay fresh, everyone.
We'll see you then.
they're just trying to build up a baller to work with here and try to push back in. And they see Frank. Are they going to make the same mistake? Look. Oh, they popped the baller again! Guys, why are we doing this? And that is going to cost them 3 power clamps come in! Why are all these teams popping ballers when they have a clamp coming out from the side of Hero Fan Club? Mars popping that armor. It's desperation time, doing anything they can to pop the zone. Pan going down. The zone still not solved. Finally stalls. And wow! It looked like the tournament was about to end right there. But Sirius digs deep and keeps it going for at least a little bit longer.
Sirius still.
They do have the Booyah Bomb at the ready. Ink Armor and Booyah Bomb are both going to be popped. Meanwhile, on the side of Syntopia, they have missiles to work with. They are going to go ahead and pop missiles, but they're not going to be able to find that much. Baller going to not take out one. They do manage to take the lead. Hero Fan Club steals game 2 right back, and they're on match point.
The Hero Fan Club kind of has these 2 half armors here. Tri-Slosher isn't very often well known to pop out armors like a junior or an Ninja, but they're really everyone's coming out of this office. This Tri-Slosher is having the best day of their life. Easy kills, right? But
Mars just preventing the Sirius from respawning, but they're working through their penalty points. They're into single-digit penalty points right now, and Sirius isn't in a good position to cap the zone, but Mars, out of nowhere, the NZAP going to find its way into the zone. Sirius has recapped the zone, and game over. Not in a good enough position to recontest. They don't have specials, and that's going to be it.
Welcome back, everybody, to Low Ink, August 2021, Day 2. My name is Riley. I'm joined by Skepidillions, and the match we'll be heading into momentarily is New Rave versus Trollphoon.
Gotta admit, I do like the name Trollphoon quite a bit. Oh man, look at that banner, dude, with the troll face in the middle of the typhoon. You gotta really appreciate the creativity there. We do have. I don't really recognize any of these players. Do you see anybody familiar?
Personally, I don't recognize any particular person from these teams. New Rave I recognize vaguely because they played in last month's Link and made Alpha Bracket then too, doing quite well. But no, I don't particularly have much prediction in terms of like what any of these particular people might play here.
No, I don't think I do either, but it does look like we will be starting off with Splat Zone's Wahoo. Gotta admit, this is a favorite map of mine personally, just because of how huge the map is and how paint hungry the map is in general. Do you expect to see anything interesting here?
Well, I probably would if I knew any particular of the players, but no. Wahoo Zones is a map where, you know, having a lot of range might be, you know, in your favor. So, maybe they'll deviate from the norm in that regard, but we're about to see in terms of what they decide to bring.
Yeah, I do expect to see some juniors. We do see the NZAP 85 coming out on the side of New Rave and a junior on the side of Trollphoon. So we're going opposite armor farmers here. Both armor farmers are running LDE. We got the CDS running Sweet MPU as to be expected, and is the K-Pro as well. The junior is the first one to pop armor, giving Trollphoon a little bit of an edge as they try to take this engagement and push New Rave out of the zone. They managed to cap after New Rave held it for a couple of seconds and even pull lead. Obviously, this is the start of the match. We don't expect too much here, but they are taking down that remaining counter quite successfully.
Definitely. We do see both teams kind of running with rather standard comps, as it were, but it seems that New Rave is able to take control back of zone as you see the Zap here, and one of the other members kind of just taking residence of their plat here, as Elysia on the Zap, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, is kind of trying to impede on Trollphoon's progress by just getting as much paint in the court as possible here.
Yeah, the most important area to control here is your opponent's plat. If you manage to lay down a significant amount of paint here, you force your opponents to use their specials in order to re-engage, and that's exactly what we see happening here. They toss that Booyah just to give a little bit of paint on the plat, but unfortunately it isn't enough. Two members are down on the side of Trollphoon. It looks like New Rave is preparing for a good old-fashioned paint walkout.
We do see the splash from Trollphoon coming through with the bomb rush here, but that was a very smart use of specials, as the Booyah Bomb very easily counters Suction Rush by just dissipating everything. But we see the splash here is trying to do something with the flank, trying to paint zone as best they can, but sadly they're alone in that regard, going into a 1v2 with the CDS and Remix, so it seems that New Rave was able to pretty handily take that game one.
Yeah, it's definitely a map mode where you just physically need a lot of paint. Obviously, the zone is an important area to control. That's how you win the match. But second after that is your opponent's plat. If you manage to maintain control of that, you make your opponent's job much, much more difficult. And that is what we saw with the first match going over to New Rave as we prepare for Trollphoon's counterpick.
Definitely. In regards of in terms of comp, it did seem that New Rave just kind of had more paint to utilize there, and as we saw from the KAs, New Rave had considerably, more kills across the board, so it just seemed that the one thing Trollphoon was lacking in, well, they couldn't really push in as easily because they weren't getting picks, essentially. Yeah. But it seemed that both teams were running fairly standard comps, so I don't really have any particular expectation in terms of what map mode they might decide to go to. Do you expect anything in particular?
I don't have any expectations, but it does look like Trollphoon picked TC Starfish. Very interesting. It does tend to favor a little bit of backlines, maybe some Splatlings as well. I think the Nautilus will do very well there, that they were holding. I know personally, things with Splash Wall do very well here, so I do expect to see a K-Gal come out. Miss, what do you expect? It's a K-Gal, it's everywhere. What do you expect?
Well, I wouldn't be terribly surprised if New Rave decides to stick with that double Booyah comp that they were coming through with in the last game. Meanwhile, Trollphoon coming through with the single Booyah bomb, I believe. But definitely seemed the Splash and K-Pro Nautilus. I feel like this was a fairly smart pick. Their comp might work quite well on this map mode. It's just a matter of if they're able to kind of get the picks that they were kind of lacking in the last game. But it does seem that New Rave has gone through with the double Splatling pick here with both the Nautilus and the Remix. K-Shot running kind of a slightly unorthodox build in terms of they want to spam missiles, so that's what they'll be doing here.
How interesting that we are seeing more Splatlings in this low ink so far. I know people tend to favor Chargers over Splatlings for that backline role, but I have been seeing a significant portion of them. Teams are trying to contest mid. We do see J-Ro top that H-Jet. The Zap is holding armor, probably for when they take the tower, and that looks like that's exactly what's happening as they are in a 4v2 situation. The Splatling is getting ready to pop the Booyah and try and force people off of Snipe and out of their court. This looks like they'll be able to clear this first checkpoint rather handedly.
Definitely. It seemed that New Rave was being rather patient in terms of pushing up after getting into control here, but that seemed to have paid off as they're able to get through this first checkpoint here. And that's 2 down on the side of Trollphoon here. Geo on this Nautilus here is just trying to find a safe spot to attack from, but they're getting accosted by this other Nautilus here as they're just kind of backing up into each other. But thankfully the teammate able to help them in that regard. K-Pro here is in a rather precarious spot as well. But that's 3 down on the side of New Rave, and in fact a delayed wipe, so it seems that Trollphoon is definitely going to need to take mid pretty quickly and get everybody on the same page as everybody's jumping in now. We just need to not really die mindlessly here. We see the Nautilus was already taking up residence in their attic, so if they're able to bring them down and anyone else falling, that might be huge, as it's already a 4v3 in favor of Trollphoon.
Trollphoon is holding 3 out of 4 specials. This is going to give them an edge as they begin their counter push, but they don't currently have anyone riding the tower as they do pop those specials. A little bit of a delayed reaction there. We do see the heavy Splatling Remix trying to dance off of Snipe and get picks. Unfortunately, they do get taken out by Cones. New Rave does have 2 members down, make that 3. The N-Zap is the only one up, and if you're a Zap, you just can't defend yourself like that in this type of situation, so they choose to jump out instead.
Cones here on the Splash and the K-Pro doing a very nice job of pairing up together, and the Suction Bomb rush into their pit is definitely gonna ward off New Rave a little bit longer. This is very smart decision-making coming from Trollphoon here. They're definitely able to bounce back from this. They're just short of taking lead, but they are able to get it back as Chase is kind of forced to back off, and one of the members of Trollphoon able to get a nice trade to kind of get out of that 1v3. But it does seem that it's a ample opportunity for New Rave to try and get back in the mid here. But it does seem that Trollphoon has responded fairly quickly in that regard, as we see the Inkjet coming out here.
Quite a successful use of specials on Trollphoon's side as they manage to take that lead. Unfortunately, as New Rave is preparing for a defense, 2 members are down. That Splatling does have to pop Booyah for self-defense in order to try and get out. They're not able to quite do so. I think I have lost track of them. The Zap is down on the side of New Rave as they are beginning this push, preparing to defend this push. Trollphoon has 3 specials ready to go again. This looks like a repeat of history as they are barreling towards where that second checkpoint was.
Definitely. We do see Trollphoon coming through with the Inkjet and the Booyah Bomb. The only thing that New Rave has to kind of stop this push at the moment is the missiles, which are currently coming out. They are close to the armor, but Splatling is fair ways away from the Booyah Bomb at the moment, but still, that's 2 down on the side of Trollphoon, so it seems like New Rave might be able to get back into mid pretty handily here, as presuming that Elysia doesn't get ganged up on, essentially.
Yeah, they are currently holding armor, Booyah, and the Tenta missiles. Unfortunately, the Nautilus does go down on New Rave. With a minute left on the clock, it's going to be quite difficult to maintain a push here. Fortunately for them, 2 members are down on the side of Trollphoon, and it looks like New Rave is beginning to pop their specials. We do see the Nautilus jump back, trying to regroup with their teammates, trying to prepare for a proper defense here. New Rave once again has their armor ready to go. This is a situation where New Rave might be able to pull lead here, but unfortunately the Nautilus falls down. They are being chased out of the situation.
Definitely. It seemed like we might have potentially had a repeat of the TC Mako game in the last round here. It seemed that Trollphoon had all their specials at the ready, but they just went 3 down, so this is a very scary space to be in here as they come through with the Booyah Bomb. It seems like someone's trying to take top left to attack this from any angle that they can. But if they're able to just get 1 pick, they might be able to take this here, as it's 2 on the tower currently, but the Inkjet able to trail them rather easily. It's just a 1v1, and it seemed, I don't know what just happened there, but it seemed that they were able to take the tower at the very last second, so it seemed that, yeah, indeed, Trollphoon was able to just barely hold on to lead there. That was yet again, a great instance of being able to operate under an intense amount of pressure at the very end there.
That was a fantastic ending. As the Inkjet came down, their landing was camped, which allowed Trollphoon to be able to get the pick and take the tower at the same time. It really was a fantastic counterplay against that whole Inkjet tower thing and shutting down that push. Congratulations to Trollphoon for taking the 2nd match. This is going to be New Rave's counter pick next.
Definitely. In terms of this now, they have to think about, they've established that they can't pick zones because they've already won on that, but they have to consider the enemy team's comp and how it kind of adjusted to TC. So think about where that might falter a bit. It would seem that we have not yet picked a map mode, but surely, yeah, I stand corrected. We're going to be heading to Piranha Pit Clan Blitz for our Game 3 here.
Ooh, fantastic! Gotta admit, I love me some Piranha Clams. Definitely some fantastic use of Stingray here. Probably the most successful use of Stingray for a Clan Blitz map is here on Clan Blitz Piranha, just because of the shape of the map, how narrow the area is where you actually need to control in order to get clams as 4 clams. If I had to pick a weapon I would love to see that I don't expect to see, it would probably be the camo tent. If you could have any weapon on this map mode come out next set, what would it be?
Honestly, probably just some form of bucket. I myself am partial to sloshers, but it doesn't seem that we've seen one from either of these 2 teams so far, but that might be fun to watch. This is a map where there's a lot of geography difference, particularly the ramp areas. Sloshers can have a lot of fun there trying to kill people who are up top, but it's hard to say personally. It's just, I might expect that the remix player on the side of New Rave to switch to the V-Heavy, because, as you mentioned, Ray is very strong here due to it being a very kind of drawn-out map, as it were. And when in terms of, elongated, yeah, you get it. But yeah. Regardless, we're going into the game here, so...
Yeah, I do. I can't wait to see these comps. I love funky comps on Clan Blitz Piranha. Unfortunately, we don't see any significant changes from either teams. We have the Zap coming out on the side of New Rave and the Junior coming out on the side of Trollphoon. I do think that little bit of extra paint from that Junior is really going to benefit them. We have the Nautilus and the Heavy Remix on the side of New Rave. That worked quite successful for them last round up until the very end there. I really wonder how well that's going to perform here on Clan Blitz, just because of how slow the remix can be.
It is kind of funny that we were just hyping up Stingray on this map, and there is no Stingray to be seen whatsoever. But yeah, Trollphoon coming through with this comp here is very smart, because the Burst Bomb from the Splash, as well as the Junior and K-Pro's Splat Bombs, is going to be a lot of chip damage and pressure, as Trollphoon already gets it down to 44. It's just a 4v2 though, and New Rave already has a Booyah Bomb and Inkling line, and it's not, the other two members are not far off from their specials at all. So it seems that once they get some mid-control, New Rave will be in prime position to get some points on the board potentially, as long as they can get some clams online.
Yeah, the most important thing here when it comes to getting clams is not getting locked out via paint. We do see New Rave painting up very successfully. Unfortunately, 2 members are down, and both of the members that are up are Splatlings. It's not a situation that you want to be in terms of when you're trying to control paint. That Nautilus does try to panic pop the Inkjet, but they're not able to do so, and Trollphoon is preparing for yet another push with 15 clams on the board. That's not enough to score a significant amount, but it is enough to do some beanbag damage as they have 3 minutes left in the match.
Definitely. We do see, yet again, Trollphoon's quite a ways, like very close to their specials here, and they're kind of deploying them, the armor, the bomb rush, and the Booyah Bomb. But sadly, the Junior kind of wandering into danger there. But that's now going to be a wipe on the side of New Rave, so Trollphoon is definitely in a good position to possibly end this game. They do have a lot of clams here. The Splash kind of getting rained down on by the Nautilus here. But if Trollphoon is smart with their spacing, they might be able to KO this, and indeed, that's what they did.
Yeah, that Junior came up behind with a significant portion of clams and used the little wall there that they could to shield themselves while they dunked. Very fantastic plays from that Junior. Definitely put in some work there. You know, what an interesting match. It didn't look like New Rave was really able to take presence on the map, and I do think that was just because of their paint.
That is possibly the case, I would say. It just kind of seemed like Trollphoon kind of were using everything in their kit to their advantage in terms of pushing up with their specials and whatnot. It just kind of seemed like they were making more well-thought-out plays in that game. But yet again, in terms of counter picks, New Rave is in control of the board right now, and we will be moving towards Rainmaker on Blackbelly Skate Park, the only Rainmaker map that you basically see in tournaments anymore, unfortunately. But what might you expect to see here?
C-Jet? I mean, if you didn't bring out a Ray on Clamblitz Piranha, I have to wonder if you're gonna bring out a Ray on Rainmaker Blackbelly. It really is an interesting map mode. I myself am a fan of Rainmaker Moray. I talk about it all the time. But, you know, with Rainmaker Blackbelly, it really is just the kingdom of C-Jet. So I would expect to see that come out. More traditional backlines such as Snipers and the Remix aren't really going to have that height advantage that they have in top mid like there are with other modes here on Blackbelly.
Well, we do see the Stingray coming out from New Rave here, albeit not from the Trollphoon deciding to basically stick with the same comp. They've been able to make this work in the set so far, so, you know, why not? Like, why fix what isn't broken, essentially? But it does seem that Trollphoon was able to get top and is able to get a fair amount of mid-control here, as New Rave decides to just kind of stay back and goal up specials.
Yeah, that Stingray from the Splatling is absolutely going to come in clutch, and we see it coming out as soon as it's necessary to shut down Trollphoon's push. They definitely have a little bit of special comp advantage here working with that Stingray. 2 members are down on the side of Trollphoon. They are coming out of respawn. Man, there's just a lot of ink here in mid just from all these splats.
Absolutely. We see the Nautilus here kind of already responding to, you know, their decision to take it in this direction. Elysia kind of stuck here popping armor. They might be able to get something going off of this, but they might be forced to jump out. It's a rather precarious spot all around as they go into a 1v2. Able to get a nice trade out of it, though. But it's a 2v2 scenario now, and New Rave does have their splash on them, which is a fair amount of aggression to work with. It's just a matter of the Splatling here deciding to actually push up. Although, it does seem that Trollphoon is already in a solid position to counter this, because they have their Inkjet and armor ready. It just seems that New Rave is deciding to play it safe for the time being.
For the time being, they did try and push that ledge, but the Rainmaker was the furthest one up, and Trollphoon was there ready for the pick. They are working their way back towards mid, but New Rave really did some damage here in terms of the paint. Trollphoon is going to have to paint up quite significantly in order to be able to prepare for their counter push at all. The Rainmaker is going to reset. It is currently surrounded by every single member of Trollphoon, so they have a very clear access to a pop and push. It's just very difficult to push with that Rainmaker from when it is starting in mid versus when it's located somewhere else on the map after someone gets splatted.
Definitely, but it does seem that Trollphoon's effort to retake mid was not really successful here, as J-Rod on the splash is kind of able to hold this top right area rather effectively, as Trollphoon's basically dumping out all their specials here in an attempt to counter this here. Coming through with the Bria Bomb and Inkjet and Armor, and they are able to bring it down right now.
Yeah, New Rave did a pretty good job of trying to push up there. Unfortunately, they did get picked with the Rainmaker. We do see Chase here on the K-Pro trying to paint up a path for the Rainmaker. That's not something you would typically see a K-Pro doing, painting up. There is only one member up on the side of New Rave, and it is that Zap as Trollphoon is preparing for their push. New Rave does lose lead here, not by much. It's 10 points. Trollphoon didn't quite get across that jump, but now every single member of New Rave is there to be able to defend this Rainmaker.
Definitely. It's just the Zap left on the side of Trollphoon. It's but with everyone responding, they're able to get into a position to defend rather quickly here. If they're able to take out the splash, that might be very huge in stopping this push, since they were able to get off the bomb rush and able to get a double here, utilizing the burst bomb and the main weapon, of course. It's just the K-Pro left on the side of Trollphoon yet again. J-Rod able to bring them down. That's a delayed wipe on the side of Trollphoon. If New Rave is quickly, they might be able to take lead, but not quite. They're brought down by the suction bomb, presumably from Geo, it looked like. It's hard to say, but there's two down on the side of New Rave, and it seems that Trollphoon's in a pretty solid position right now.
Yeah, they tried to push up through the jump-through block, even though it wasn't painted, despite the fact that the ramp was painted up quite a significant portion. You do have to wonder how much of a misplay that was. Oh.
They got a triple off of Pop, I believe.
Dang, that's a lot of damage coming out on the side of Trollphoon as they are preparing. They do pull an even wider margin of a lead here with 35 seconds remaining. I mean, it is Rainmaker. Anything can happen. 3 members are down on the side of Trollphoon, and New Rave does have that Stingray ready to go. They can't use it right now because the Splatling's the one that picked it up, but Trollphoon is preparing for a pick here. There's only one pick that really matters here, and Cones is going around for a flank on that Rainmaker, trying to, pull some sneaky sneak as soon as this goes into overtime.
It's just a matter of if they get called out first. They're kind of, given that the Splatling is pushed away a bit up from there's 2 members that are behind the Splatling, but that's not going to stop them from getting the pick anyway.
Man, talk about a patient play. You can force it into overtime if you just chill and let your teammates do the work for you. You gotta know they were prepared in that VC. Cone was saying, I'm going around for the flank, I'm gonna do this. And his team trusted him to pull that off, and they were all able to successfully pressure the Rainmaker at the end there. That is some big brain play there from the side of Trollphoon.
Exactly. It's a risky play, and I don't know if the splash actually succeeded in getting the pick off, but regardless, it caught them off guard, so you could call it a success.
Yeah, it definitely worked. That's some thinking right there, and you love to see it. You love to see teams trusting each other to take risks when they know they have an opportunity that they can use. Congratulations to Trollphoon for taking the set.
Indeed. I have no idea if this is an established team or a pickup of some variety, given the name. It's not exactly something you'd expect from a team, but I guess in that regard it makes it exactly what you'd expect. But regardless, definitely very strong coordination coming out from these players, and excited to see where they go from here. They will be moving on to, I believe, top 8 of this tourney off of this win, so hats off to them. They played very well. New Rave, I'm sure, will be able to make a solid dent into the losers bracket here. If the zones game was any indication, surely they're capable of great things in this tourney.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do look forward to seeing the next set. Everyone here watching, we will be back with you in just a moment. Thank you for turning into Low Ink, and stay fresh.
jumping in from Illumineye. Soup taking care of one. They're not completely out of the hen house, though. Lyman goes down, and I believe the bamboo. Oh, the bamboo slipped everybody! It gets to 5 remaining! What a play! The last weasel left in the hen house coming out as well. Should be enough to chase out players. The K-Gal does go down, but here comes the Inkjet as well. 3 players go down. They survive it all. And now it's just the Nautilus. There's no way they can get control of zone right here. Game 1. Finally, somebody holds firm. And you see a little bit of a...
Has no penalty right now. They are pounding down the points right now. Once again, that Charger is up on that spinner, just adding so much pressure and just looking for anyone that they can snipe down.
You know, that's where you kind of need to be when you have that kind of a lead that they do. Hitting a nice shot on zone. Getting a nice double. Hello! And can they get zone over?
The Hero Fan Club kind of has these 2 half armors here. Tri-Slosher isn't very often well known to pop out armors like a junior or an Ninja, but they're really... Oh, everyone's coming out of this office. This Tri-Slosher is having the best day of their life. Easy kills, right? But...
Squids and Octos, my name is Skep and I am here with Riley. We are here for a very important and special to me personally round 3 with Access Denied versus Pursuit. Both of these teams have been performing very well in their individual brackets so far, but we get to see them face off. Quick disclaimer, I do have a couple of Squid fam here on Access Denied, and I know Riley has some friends on this team as well. How excited are you for this, Riley?
I'm definitely pumped, not the least of which because I'm biased towards various individuals that you can see here. But regardless, these are 2 of the strongest teams in this entire tournament. If day 1 and 2 thus far is any indication, but we've got a great one for you right now.
Yeah.
Right off the top, Pursuit featuring Bebop, who was a player on Fruit Punch, the team that got second back in May, so that's already kind of eyebrow-raising, but yeah.
Yeah, and I will say Ray on Access Denied is a personal friend of mine, and I'm very looking forward to seeing him pop off. We are going to start off with Splat Zone's Anchovy. I did say, while we were muted, that I do hope to see a blob. We may be seeing a fellow blob here on Splat Zone's Anchovy. What do you expect to see here?
Well, knowing Hayden in particular from Access Denied, it wouldn't be too out of line to expect maybe a Dynamo, although I don't really know if he plays that anymore. I do know that Access Denied has a Charger main in particular. On the side of Pursuit, one could expect to see a Nautilus. I know that's what Prosper plays in particular. It's kind of hard to say in particular, but we're about to see. We do see both the Knot, Splash, and Charger coming out from Access Denied, coming through with the double Suction Bomb Rush. Meanwhile, a V-Jet on the side of Pursuit.
Yeah, we do see the NZAP 85 coming out on both sides. It does look like Access Denied is the only one running LDE. It looks like Pursuit is choosing not to use that. Access Denied is the first team to cap the zone, but it is currently in neutral. One member is down on the side of the Pursuit. Make that a 3v3 situation for both sides. But Bebop is holding that armor. Unfortunately, the NZAP goes down just after they could pop, making it a little bit more difficult for Pursuit to access that zone. We do see Ray over on left fan trying to pressure great here. They are doing a fantastic job of holding the zone here. That Inkjet is ready on the side of Pursuit, ready to go.
Indeed. Megumi here on the Zap, able to hold zone right away, but we do see Pursuit is making an effort to kind of reclaim it here. If they come through with the Inkjet, they are 3 down, but it does seem that they are able to get control of zone here. But Access Denied does still have the man advantage as they pop the armor and are ready to push up as they bring down the Nautilus on the side of Pursuit as well. Hayden going into the street, sadly going to be brought down as it's a 1v2 scenario, but it still seems that it does seem now that Pursuit is now, they have the man advantage as Access Denied has gone 2 down, as Jamesbro and Lemonade here kind of pushing up into the street to kind of achieve what Access Denied just did to them.
Yeah, Pursuit is preparing for a lockout. The Charger is down on the side of Access Denied, and it looks like Pursuit even has 2 players up on Access Denied's plat. That is going to make it significantly more difficult to push your zone, but Access Denied is holding onto those specials. They go for that Armor Inkjet combo, and it looks like they are pressuring through window, going around for a more sneaky maneuver instead of taking the confrontation on plat. They managed to cap the zone, applying penalty points to Pursuit, maintaining their lead.
SB there getting a very nice pick on one of the members there to just kind of rub salt in the wound as they Pursuit loses the zone. But Access Denied coming right back into control here as Pursuit is just trying to play it safe. Hayden able to bring down Bebop there, but Prosper able to kind of take him down with. As we see kind of a knot battle in the street right now, as it does seem that the Nautilus on the side of Access Denied is in a bit of trouble here, but they're through with their penalty, so it's just a matter of how well they can hold on to zone. Although Pursuit is able to take that back right away.
Yeah, the V-Jet is down on the side of Pursuit, and make that 3 members down. White! In favor of Access Denied as they take that zone back rather handedly. It does look like SB is trying to pressure that window here, trying to prevent another sneaky flank, or to prevent a similar sneaky flank that they pulled earlier in the match. The V-Jet does have missiles ready to go, but Access Denied's armor is also live, so they can pop that whenever they need to, and that's exactly what happens right now as that player tries to save themselves from those missiles quite successfully.
It was a very good job on Megumi's part of staying alive there. We do see Prosper on the Inkjet taking a very hard-to-reach angle here. They are able to get a pick off of it, but it does seem that it's kind of for naught as Access Denied's able to take control of zone. SB here in a pretty solid spot as they get pushed back by missiles, though. And Megumi trying to push up into the zone, and that's 2 down on the side of Pursuit now, as Access Denied is through with their penalty, they've just got to hold on a bit longer and see how many picks they can get, and this will be game 1 in their favor.
Yeah, they do manage to take out that K-shot as they tried the pressure zone, maintaining the zone. Look at all that pink paint. It was barely about to go into neutral, but Access Denied does take round 1, putting the counter pick in Pursuit's court.
Definitely. It seemed just kind of across the board. It's a bit more even than I expected, but Access Denied was just doing kind of a better job of pushing up when they're in advantage and getting picks to kind of solidify their solidify their push, essentially. But yeah, indeed, it's Pursuit's favor in terms of counter picks right now. So they've got to think what maps would be bad for Charger, essentially.
Well, you can't pick Kelp, I don't think. Let's see, bad Charger maps? Oh man, I know I should be able to think of some, but I can't at the moment. What do you think?
I don't really have any particular guesses in mind, but we have to think of, when you think about it in terms of what might favor Pursuit's comp, if they decide to stick with VJet, which I kind of question if they do, because VJet is a better weapon than people give it credit for, but it's still overall, it's a rather kind of niche pick, but something like Snapper TC, it could be, or Snapper Raymaker, I mean, it could possibly be solid, and I don't remember offhand if that's in the map list, but just go with it. But it appears that we are heading to Splat Zones on New Albacore Hotel.
Dang, personally, I can't stand this map mode. How do you feel about it?
Personally, I'm a fan of it. The main thing that everyone brings up about this map is how much range it favors, and given that we had a VJet and a Nautilus player on the side of Pursuit just now, that could work fairly well here. Although you do have to consider that Access Denied does have the sniper going for them, so that could put out a lot of pressure, especially from the snipe area. We'll just have to see if Pursuit has anything special planned for this one in particular.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna choose Splat Zones Albacore, you definitely have to have something up your sleeve, because, I mean, maybe that's just my way of seeing it, but it's definitely interesting, and I can't wait to see what techniques and what comps they choose to apply here on both, because I bet I could learn something from it.
It would appear that all the members of Access Denied have already readied up, so one might expect that they aren't going to deviate too hard from the last game here. After all, it was zones, so, you know, if it worked for one, why not the other if you can make it work, essentially. But it's kind of hard to say if there's any particular changes I might expect from Pursuit's comp. I'm not too familiar with Bebop's weapon pool, but VJet could possibly work here. It's kind of hard to say. I mainly remember them playing Zap and Hydra in particular, but we're about to find out what they decided to go with.
Ooh, we do see it looks like a C-Jet coming out instead of that V-Jet, LDE, K-Shot, and Zap. A Nautilus from Prosper, a Nautilus from Ray. We do see a E-Leader coming out from SB, and Megumi with the NZAP. I didn't catch the last player's name. I think it's Queen holding the Splash. The first team to cap the zone would be Access Denied as they are trying to pressure the Great here. We do have two players working together. You gotta love that teamwork. The K-Shot is at that cut right there, preparing the jump over. Splash down on the side of Access Denied. This will give Prosper a chance to move in here.
Indeed, the Baller, in addition to the missiles, pushing out both Ray and SB, able to put out a lot of pressure, and Bebop with a nice Ray kill on the Nautilus on the other side here. Whoever's over there in that left corner zone, they are able to get out. Good on them. As Prosper and Jamesbro kind of just trying to maintain as much mid control as possible. If SB is able to get a couple of snipes here, that would be very useful, as they're not putting themselves in too much danger. It's just a matter of what they decide to do.
Yeah, we do see Access Denied chaining 3 of their specials, much like they did last round, and it works quite well for them as 3 members are down on the side of Pursuit. Prosper is the only one up there, and he's just going to chill out and wait for his teammates to catch up with him. That E-Leader pops that Rain as well, pressuring the one player that's currently in play. Access Denied is going to be able to clear their penalty points. Unfortunately, the E-leader does go down, and Pursuit is preparing for a push with all of their specials online.
We do see, you briefly saw it in their terrace, but Hayden's going for a flank. There's Lemonade and Jamesbro in quite a lot of danger here if Hayden's able to, you know, move effectively, and here he comes. Jamesbro's in quite a lot of trouble. He is able to get the pick on the K-shot, but he'll get brought down. It's Pursuit's favor in terms of zone now, but Access Denied was able to get lead back, although they do have a fair amount of penalty to get through. Ray coming through with the Inkjet, trying to just kind of get any picks they can, essentially. It's rather split here in terms of mid-control at the moment, but we see Bebop coming in. Nautilus isn't exactly safe, but they're going for it. And it's 2 down on the side of Access Denied now, though, so it might be a good time for Pursuit to start moving.
Yeah, Bebop does have that Ray ready to go. We saw when he pulled off with that last time he popped it, and he is preparing to use that for a significant amount of damage. He is being pressured, manages to take out Hayden with that Ray, despite the fact that he was being rushed. Man, that is some quick Stingray aim. The zone is currently in neutral. Make that on favor of Pursuit with 2 minutes left in the match, and Pursuit does pop armor, preparing to defend that rather handedly.
It was definitely a smart move to pop armor there, as SB was putting out a lot of that area. It's basically a way to mitigate the damage that he can do. But we do see him get a pick on NZAP. You can just barely see it there. And Pursuit is able to get lead here, but Access Denied able to fairly quickly get control, as Jamesbro getting a nice pick on Hayden there. They are getting pushed back by this Nautilus, but they do have missiles to push in if they need to, as Access Denied's penalty slowly just dissipates.
Yeah, they are about to be able to, oh man, the zone goes into neutral, and Pursuit manages to apply more penalty points to Access Denied. With a minute remaining, 26 penalty points is quite a lot to work through, especially if you have to do that in overtime. There is 1 member down on the side of Access Denied, and that Stingray is going to do some significant damage to those players that are up. It looks like Pursuit is going to be able to clear those penalty points and make Access Denied's job just a little bit harder.
Definitely. It seems like Access Denied is starting to falter a bit and kind of crumble under the... But we do see them coming through with the armor and the Splat Bomb launcher, as Hayden's able to bring out James and able to kind of just get back in the zone. And indeed, Access Denied back in control, not much penalty left. They do have a minute left. They could potentially pull off kind of a reverse something here, I don't know what to call it. But SB going down to the Stingray from Bebop yet again. That's 2 down on the side of Access Denied. There's not much time left here. They've got to start moving quickly and not, you know, continue to buckle.
Yeah, Hayden getting a kill on Prosper, working towards the zone. The NZAP is about to have that armor ready to go with 99 special points. They have it and then immediately pop before it can even register on the HUD. 2 members are down on the side of the Pursuit. Megumi is just painting the zone, just painting. That's exactly what they need right now. With 7 seconds left in the match, they are going to be able to force this into overtime, it looks like. Unfortunately, Rave does go down with the knot. They have about 8 points to be able to clear, using those suction bombs to just try and keep zone. Oh my god, and they take lead.
That was a wonderful play by Access Denied, holding onto their specials so hard, because we saw 2 of their members go down, I believe it was, but Hayden's suction bomb rush was able to kind of hold them back and maintain control of zone. It was a very smart play, and definitely a good job of you know, hanging in there, not giving up until, like, not giving up at any point, essentially.
Yeah, and the counter pick is once again in Pursuit's hand. I will admit, I was not expecting Access Denied to come in with that clutch at the end there, but that suction bomb from the splash did its work. just applying just enough paint to keep the zone from going into neutral, and that was just absolutely fantastic to see.
Absolutely. In terms of counterpick here, Pursuit's got to be kind of shaking in their boots. Like, their back is against the wall right now. Got to think maybe to kind of go away from zones for a moment, but they've got to think in terms of, like, they've got to be thinking about this in terms of what strengths can we, like, what are the strengths of Access Denied's comp that we can, like, work against? Like, you got to play something that preys on their weaknesses, essentially. Go ahead.
Oh, they were quick to pull out the exact same comp that they did for the first match. So if I was Pursuit, I would be keeping that in mind as they move on towards the next match. Flat zones would be a risky pick for them, and they are going to go for Rainmaker, it seems, on Black Belly Skate Park. This is a C-Jet's kingdom.
Indeed, but keep in mind, you are going up against a Charger player, so they're bound to have Stingray as well, unless they decide to completely eschew tradition. But, come on, we all know that's not going to happen. But regardless, Pursuit, Bebop, as we saw in the last game, was really vicious with that Stingray, able to get a lot of effective picks, so they're going to be giving Access Denied a run for their money as well. If Pursuit is able to take this game, then that's kind of completely shifting momentum into their favor.
Yeah, you definitely want to be able to shake Access Denied's confidence here. Both of these teams have been doing extremely well in the tournament so far. So it just you gotta wonder how these losses are affecting Pursuit's ego a little bit. Both of these losses have been extremely narrow and well contested. So at this point, it is a little bit of a mind game, and who's going to have more confidence going into this next match. It does look like both teams are taking a little bit of a moment to figure out their comps, and the match is starting.
I see that SB in particular was the last to ready up, so surely there had to have been some form of mind game in terms of, okay, we're going to make them think that we're using something different, but it would appear SB coming through with the C-Jet, not quite what I expected. Well, I mean, in a sense it kind of is, but, I don't know. But point is, we've got basically, you're proven exactly right. This is C-Jet's, time to shine, essentially. But it does seem that Access Denied is able to get popped rather handily, kind of slowly trying to get mid-control as they come through with the armor, and the rather early Stingray as well.
Yeah, we just see Pursuit with 2 specials online. Unfortunately, the splash goes down, taking out that special with them. This is a 2v1 situation with Pursuit all the way near the Rainmaker. They do have a significant amount of paint near mid. Bebop is trying to paint up the rest side, but while he's doing that, Access Denied picks up the Rainmaker and yeets it just a little bit further in a beanbag damage push. We do see both teams now contesting rather handily for mid. Pursuit is just applying so much paint to mid.
And not to mention, we do have the Inkjet and Suck coming out from, waiting in the wings from Pursuit here. It's 2 down on the side of Access Denied, and SB is a fair bit away from his Ray. It does seem like Pursuit might be able to take the lead here, although one of them goes down. Bebop is able to just kind of barely eke out a push here, but no, they will be brought down by the Stingray, I believe in conjunction with missiles. But it does seem that it's a 2v1 scenario right now in the top right here, but it does seem that Access Denied slowly funneling in, able to take pop away from them. But it does seem that Pursuit is able to hold on to mid.
Yeah, and
Prosper as well, able to bring out,
Yeah, Prosper is pushing up. They just need to grab it and use that to kit lead. 2 members are down on the side of Pursuit. Access Denied, maybe ignoring that Rainmaker and letting the opponent paint around it definitely cost them the lead there. It is 3 minutes left, and it's Rainmaker Black Belly. Come on, we know how common KOs are on this map mode. And Access Denied is going to choose to let the Rainmaker reset, so that way they can continue applying their paint pressure towards mid. We do see a Ray battle here from these 2 C-Jets. Man, you've gotta love that.
The Ray battle ending with no winner, sadly, it would seem, but Pursuit able to kind of use that opportunity to get as much mid-control. As Jamesbro kind of goes off on his own for a flank here, they will be brought down by the Slosher, though, and that's 2 down on the side of Pursuit. As Hayden, yet again with that flank, able to just chuck that hammer and nail them absolutely in the corner before it even started.
Yeah, Hayden is painting up for that hammer. Perhaps they could do something with that. We do see access denied, currently in possession of the Rainmaker. The NZAP has that armor ready to go to be able to help their Slayers push up. We do see Hayden going around with the hammer online. Man, is he getting quite successfully close to the goal, using that to just come around. Access denied does pull a lead here with 2 members still up and 1 member up on the side of Pursuit.
James Bro using the suction rush to try and contest Pop here, and they will be able to. But that was just such an effective flank from Hayden, using the stamp to completely catch them off guard and punish them not paying attention to, hey, Sploosh has hammer ready, like, we should be careful here. But access denied, kind of slowly losing mid-control here, but we see Hayden going off kind of yet again into this top right area, trying to scout and call things out to the teammates. But it does seem that Pursuit's going to be taking it up to the left side here. Their lead is not that far down, and that's a wipe on the side of access denied. Lemonade able to push it and able to get lead if SB is able to kill this guy, and indeed he does, but it's just the C-Jet left on Pursuit here. We still have a minute left in this game. There's no such thing as a safe lead in Rainmaker, but access denied's got to act fast, essentially.
This is a jaw-dropping match for sure. Pursuit did a fantastic job of working together to push up that left side, and they were able to pull a lead here, but like you said, this is Rainmaker. This match ain't over yet. We do see the hammer coming back out from Hayden. Unfortunately, he does go down to Prosper, forcing the team into a 3v4 and now a 2v4 situation as the Rainmaker is down. That Slosher is the last one up. Pursuit does have armor ready to go. They're just trying to stall this Pop here. Oh man, 20 seconds left in this match. This is still anybody's game.
The Tentamissiles is putting out quite a bit of pressure as well, but Bebop is not too far away, not too far off from that Ray at the moment, and indeed they have it ready. This could end right now if they choose to, but Prosper wanting to get some picks beforehand, but we do see the Slosher able to bring down the Inkjet, and that's just 1 left on the side of access denied, and that's going to be Pursuit taking that game.
Whoa! Did you see that? Man, what a match! For sure, probably the most intense Rainmaker Black Belly match that I have ever seen. Man, with 15 KAs coming from Bebop, just incredible, dude. I'm gonna be watching that match again and again. That's just what the heck.
Indeed, that was a wonderful effort of coordination from Pursuit, but now access denied has the favor of counterpick here, and they can't go zones. They already know that, you know, they're the stronger team in that regard, but indeed going to Tower Control Sturgeon's Shipyard. So knowing Hayden, having used to be on a team with him personally, I would not be surprised to see him go try here. Sturgeon's Shipyard in particular is the try map, but I know him to be rather nasty with the try slasher on this map. So it's definitely, you know, a good example of making a pick that plays to your strengths. Not to mention they'll be coming through with the Stingray yet again. But you do have to consider that Pursuit has the Stingray of their own, so maybe they weren't thinking too much in terms of what plays against Pursuit's strengths, essentially. But we'll have to see what access denied has in store.
Yeah, absolutely. I personally cannot wait. It does look like access denied is choosing a little bit more time to carefully consider their comps, despite the fact that they were quick to pick this counter pick. I honestly really hope that Ray brings out Clash, as our good friend Sauce said in chat, just because that he's good at it. You have never seen a Clash Blaster like Ray, and it does have the Stingray, and I know you don't expect that, but, you know, can he make it work? We'll see.
It definitely just kind of seems like Pursuit is taking a little bit more time to kind of think through their plan here and work out a decent comp, but they're running out of time in that regard. But with how quick access denied readied up here, surely they've got to have something planned, essentially.
Oh, and the match is starting. What will it be, my friends? Squid Fam, take your bets on what comes out with this comp. Ooh, boy, oh boy. We see the K-Pro, we do see the Tri-Slasher coming out from Hayden, and a more traditional comp on the side of Pursuit, but we see a Grim Range, which is absolutely fantastic on TT Surgeon. Even though you don't see that often, that weapon can work here, and we see the Fire Fin from SB. Both of these teams have met in mid. The confrontation is beginning. We do see a trade between Hayden and Beatbot. Both teams are 2 down.
That was just kind of absolute carnage in mid right there. But you wouldn't really expect Bebop to get the direct there, but it definitely worked in their favor. And they're able to bring out Ray as well, as it seems that game's starting out in Pursuit's favor. Yet able to get yet another nice pick on the Tri-Slasher and forcing the Charger to kind of back off.
There is no more satisfying sound in Splatoon than a blaster direct. You love to see it. It does look like Pursuit clears the first checkpoint here, getting quite successful picks with the Inkjet, and they are barreling towards that second checkpoint with only one member up on the side of Access Denied, being that Fire Fin in play. The Fire Fin does go down, which means that the rest of the members are coming out of spawn. With 15 remaining, Access Denied is currently in control of the tower, trying to clean up their court as quickly as possible, but that Grim Range is quite a threat. They do get taken out in a 2v1, making 2 members up on the side of Pursuit.
Indeed. 15 this early in is huge on this map, but at the same time, I've seen matches kind of get that early in the start, and it doesn't mean anything because it gets swapped around to begin with. Unfortunately, we saw K-Pro kind of falling to their death, but that was a full wipe on the side of Access Denied just then, as Pursuit comes yet again into an advantage state, as we see Lemonade just kind of trying to build armor. Access Denied scrambling to build specials as close as they can. They do get the armor off, trying to contend with this Inkjet here as SB is forced to take a safer position.
Yeah, 2 members are down. Make that 3 on the side of Access Denied as Pursuit manages to have 6 remaining. Those remaining members up, just rush on tower as quickly as possible and take that tower to the KO, meaning that we are currently 2-2 in this set, and the next game is match point. Man, what a set. You love to see it, absolutely. Alright, and it would be Access Denied's counter pick next. That Sturgeon tower control, while they were quick to make that decision, it didn't quite work out for them. You know, you really have to wonder what they are going to pull out next. What do you think, Riley?
Personally, it's kind of hard to say. Access Denied may want to, I might expect Rainmaker, personally. I mean, they do know that Pursuit can be strong there, but they might want to do kind of what they did to, what Pursuit did to Access Denied and try and shift momentum in their favor, catch them off guard. But no, it would appear that we are going to Clan Blitz on Inkblot Art Academy.
Man, Clan Blitz Inkblot. Definitely not what I was expecting, but I do expect them to flex quite well, and this goes for both teams, but Access Denied's hyper-aggressive comp might come in an advantage here.
Indeed. We saw Hayden doing a lot of great work with that splash before, and the Suction Rush, deploying it on the plat is a great way to push up and kind of sure to the enemy team. So I could see that being a fairly faithful pick here, as Access Denied yet again has already readied up, so they've clearly thought this out very well.
Yeah, can we get some hype in the chat for Clan Blitz Inkblot, please? We're going in for the round 5 Clam Blam. Do love to see it. It does look like Pursuit is taking a little bit more time to settle their comp. Access Denied is ready to pop off. Just, man, match 5. This really is anyone's set. I'm excited for both teams. Y'all better flex on us.
Regardless of who wins here, it's going to be absolutely massive, as we are heading right on into the match. Both of these teams have just been doing so excellent over this past weekend, and they are truly putting in a commendable effort. But it all comes down to this. Winners semis, Game 5. Who will be kind of moving on to winners finals, as it were. We do see Pursuit coming through with that same comp, I believe. At least they stuck with the Grim Range. They were able to make it work then. Why not try it again? As Access Denied comes through yet again with the double Suction Rush comp.
Yeah, we do see that NZAP ready to pop armor on both sides. It does look like Pursuit is the first one to pop. Unfortunately, there are 2 members down on the side of Pursuit. Lemonade is trying to escape with their life, falling back, trying to prevent the members from Access Denied from getting the pick on them. Both teams are back into neutral. Nothing was accomplished there within the first 30 seconds. We do see that Firefin ready to pop that Suction Bomb Rush on the side of Access Denied. The Splash is down, so is the NZAP. The Firefin is down as well, making the Nautilus the only one currently in action. You can't see it, but you know they're popping Inkjet trying to defend their plat there from the members of Pursuit.
Definitely a solid effort from Access Denied to defend this, but Pursuit, they didn't have many clams to try and push with, but now they do have a power waiting behind, but it's just the K-Shot left on the side of Pursuit. AD's got to act fast, essentially, and we do see them hurry to pass clams to one another, and they were able to get one on the board, but it's all 4 alive on the side of Pursuit, so they've got to get some picks if they want to get moving here. As the Charger sadly goes down to the Grim Range here, who's in a rather decent position here to put on a lot of pressure.
Yeah, the Grim Range does get taken out by Hayden. This is just an absolutely insane Clam Blam match. I have never seen so many picks go down in the first 2 minutes. It does look like Access Denied has 3 specials ready to go, but both teams are holding a power clam. SB does pop that Suction Bomb Rush, trying to get a little bit of territory control. Unfortunately, he does get punished for it. You don't know whether or not he intended to drop or not. And it looks like Pursuit is getting ready for that push. They have the clams right underneath the basket, and they dunk.
Indeed, but that's already 3 down on the side of Pursuit as Bebop back off. Oh, okay, it doesn't seem like he's backing off much, but he will suffer for that decision as Hayden is able to punish that. And 74 is not a very safe lead here, so with mid control already shifting into Access Denied's favor, this could be an advantageous position to push from, although SB kind of getting harassed by the Grim Range on right in addition to the NZAP, and just like that, it's back into Pursuit's favor.
Yeah, it does look like Access Denied is having a hard time accessing mid, overextending just a little bit and then getting punished for it. There are 3 members that up on each side. Pursuit manages to dunk again, securing a significant lead this time around, with the Splash currently being down on the side of Access Denied. We do see SB trying to defend the basket as best as they can. But you know, there's 2 minutes left in this match, and they have their work cut out for them.
Indeed, just a little over 90 seconds, and mid control still very much in the favor of Pursuit right now. It doesn't seem that Access Denied slowly trying to get more specials on the board, as Bebop is forced to jump somewhere. It's kind of hard to see, but Prosper getting pressured from this top left area, and they do have the Inkjet and Hayden on the trails. Access Denied coming through with the armor is going to force them back. If they're able to get just 1 or 2 picks here, that could be huge. And indeed, SB coming through with the snipe on one of the members of... and another very clean one right there on the Nautilus. It's just a little over a minute left. It seems like Access Denied might be able to get a push off, but it's just unclear if they have enough clams to really capitalize on it. If they're able to get just 1 more pick, they might be in a golden opportunity right here.
Yeah, that clam is getting flanked from right side, and it does look like they are preparing for a push, shielding themselves with a Suction Bomb Rush. They managed to dunk their first power clam of the game. The sniper does go out shortly after the dunk, and they're really going to have to work to keep this basket open. Hayden does use that Suction Bomb Rush to shield himself just a little bit, but unfortunately they don't have any clams, and the basket's about to close.
Access Denied has got to absolutely just book it and form a power clam if they want to have a shot here, but it does seem that it's a 4v3 scenario in the favor of Bebop trying to apply pressure to one of the spots from the stack area. They do come through with the missiles, and it does seem that they have the number advantage in terms of clans as one of the members of Access Denied goes down, and that's 3 down. The Inkjet does get a nice pick, but it's not going to be enough, and that's going to be Pursuit pulling off a reverse sweep to get into winners finals of Alpha Bracket.
Dang, what a set! This is the most intense set I have seen in a long time. Just fantastic job to both teams. It really did look like Access Denied had the set up until that third match, and then Pursuit just came in with that victory on Rainmaker Blackbelly, and just the mindset changes, and Pursuit was just able to carry that momentum up until a match 5, taking the set.
Indeed. Access Denied seemed to be, across the board, kind of the favorite to win this set. So Pursuit, a relative unknown prior to this weekend, coming through and putting on a performance like this is absolutely incredible. It's, I still do not know for sure if this is a team or just a pickup of some variety, but regardless, if this is a new team, they are already making it clear that this is a force to be reckoned with.
Just what a set. Moving on to Top Cut. It's absolutely fantastic. Blown away by every single player on both of these teams. They all know what they're doing, and they all worked together and communicated, and just the jaw-dropping matches, especially that Rainmaker Blackbelly match.
Definitely have to agree with you there, but regardless, I said that this would be a great match to watch, and definitely glad that we, had this one on stream. It was lived up to my personal expectations, but truly very proud of every member on this team that I've come to know over my time here.
Yeah, I'm very proud of both teams. I'm proud of my friends that were involved in these teams, and you just really love to see two teams pop off, go head to head, and really struggle against each other. It was a fantastic set to watch, and I'm very glad I had the honor of commentating it. We will be wrapping up after this set. This is the last you'll see of me today, other than in chat. My name is Skepidillions. I'm here with Riley. Riley, where can the people find you?
Well, hey, you can find me on Twitter at BuffSplashdown. I don't really do much at the moment, but I'm occasionally funny. You can look at my tweets or something. I don't know if you're into that kind of thing. But where can the people find you?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter and Twitch at Skepidillions. It might be seen on screen, but if not, you just type !Mike and find both of us.
Well, regardless, that is the end of the line for us two here in our coverage of Alpha Bracket. So moving on, we'll be seeing Popgun and DRF, I believe, and you'll have that to look forward to. So thank you so much for watching our coverage of Alpha Bracket Low Ink August 2021. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you for watching, and we hope you enjoy the matches to come.
Pop off!
Booyah Bomb at the ready. Ink Armor and Booyah Bomb are both going to be popped. Meanwhile, on the side of Zootopia, they have missiles to work with. They are going to go ahead and pop missiles, but they're not going to be able to find that much. Baller going to not take out one. They do manage to take the lead. Hero Fan Club steals game 2 right back, and they're on match point.
A jump in from Current Bay, but they are called out, and that's a complete wipe. So the winner of this set is going to be Illumineye's.
Wow. Are you not entertained? I think Counterpicks was a good idea. This has been a fun lowing so far. You know, looks like they're just trying to build up a baller to work with here and try to push back in. And they see Frank. Are they going to make the same mistake? Look. Oh, they popped the baller again! Guys, why are we doing this? And that is going to cost them 3 power clamps come in! Why are all these teams popping ballers when they have a clamp?
Preventing Sirius from respawning, but they're working through their penalty points. They're into single-digit penalty points right now, and Sirius isn't in a good position to cap the zone, but Mars, out of nowhere, the NZAP going to find its way into the zone. Sirius has recapped the zone, and game over. Not in a good enough position to recontest. They don't have specials, and that's going to be it.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the 36th edition of Low Ink August 2021. I am Pop Gun, joined on the mic by DRF, and we're going to be bringing you guys winner finals of Alpha Bracket here. Trollphoon taking on Pursuit. Both teams have been on stream earlier today. Both teams clearly undefeated, but it hasn't been easy getting to this point in the tournament. And we're going to be starting off on Splat Zones at Sturgeon Shipyard.
Yeah, I mean, Splat Zones on Sturgeon Shipyard. This is, one that we've, I think we might have seen earlier. But both these teams having to, kind of claw their way to this position, and both teams being relatively new as well to the whole low ink scene. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see these two kind of, size each other up in this first game. I mean, this one, honestly, it's a pretty exciting set because, given that we saw a little bit of these teams earlier, but going into this tournament, I really didn't have either of these teams on my radar. I think this one's going to be a fun one.
I said on Friday that I felt like this was going to be a month where a couple of teams are going to go deep in the Alpha Bracket that you've never heard of before. And we've heard of these players before. Lemonade and James Bro coming from Incognito and No Diving, a team that was finishing around Gamma Bracket back when they would play, and would also in the, not the most recent Little Squid League, but the one right before it. Some of these players on Trollphoon are used to low ink as well, and has been playing in a couple of SOSs, most recently under a team name called Hi Uwu. So, new names as far as the team is concerned, but the same old faces as we're starting off here. No real surprises coming from the side of Pursuit, as we see Bebop, not with Rocksteady, coming out with that C-Jet that's been working out so well. And very aggressive double midline, double frontline comp coming out on the side of Trollphoon.
Yeah, so like I said, no surprises here really in terms of the comps, and comp that kind of matches up against each other pretty well here. And it is going to be Pursuit that ends up getting first claim to this zone, and they're already starting to, really push Trollphoon here, as Trollphoon's just trying to have a hard time getting even close to that zone right now.
The C-Jet is an interesting pick, especially for something like zones, but as we've seen Bebop use C-Jet over the course of this tournament, we kind of understand why they like using this weapon on every map and mode, it seems like, even though Bebop does go down there, especially combined with the missiles that K-Shot can produce, even though we haven't seen any missiles come out with the K-Shot just yet. If the Pursuit can find a way to combine those two specials together, they should be in a good position to make some plays happen here, even though they will lose lead as we see Cones working around this left side here with the Splash now working back over to the right to their other two teammates and right into the direction of the Stingray, and that's going to force them to disperse a little bit and give control of the zone to Pursuit.
Yeah, an excellent job there coordinating that to get that crucial pick there to flip that zone. But now it is going to be Pursuit that sees themselves a member down. The Booyah Bomb going to be coming out to try to flip that zone. It does neutralize it, but unfortunately not going to be able to force the flip quite yet. But James Bro going to get pinched out of that situation there. And now it's Trollphoon that seems to start to finally have a solid grip on this.
Yeah, Lemonade kind of jumping out there. That area down there, I kind of call that Fight Club. I feel like that's appropriate for that spot.
Yeah.
Kind of fell down there, didn't feel confident, kind of jumped out, but that kind of left the rest of the Pursuit teammates without somebody who could paint and somebody who could help support the fights they were in. So ultimately giving control to Typhoon as we see all the Pursuit players back in control of zone. Prosper getting taken down by an Inkjet shot is Chase going to, are they going to get that Booyah off? They are, and will escape with their lives. So the Booyah not really accomplishing anything, and they're not going to have that Booyah to follow up with in this counter push that they're coming out here, as the game is now halfway done. It's been pretty back and forth so far, but right now Pursuit in control of mid. Oh, but there goes Bebop to an unfortunate bomb.
Wow. But it is going to be Pursuit that does get the lead there, and this is a crucial 3-down situation for Trollphoon. However, Cone is going to be neutralizing that zone and able to kind of stall this one out a little bit, going to be able to take down that K-Shot with them before going down themselves. And, I mean, Pursuit still has control of this here, but it seems like Trollphoon might be able to get one last push going here. They're going to be going for desperation mode here. Chase trying to make a play half a game 2 down, but unfortunately not able to convert that zone. Wow, a fantastic first game for both of these teams. Constant back and forth. And it is Pursuit, though, that is going to come out on top.
You don't quite understand what happened there. Trollphoon had a player on that right side with that Inkjet that was just kind of drifting off into La La Land over there instead of focusing on zone. It looked like a situation to where Trollphoon could get back into, could attack that zone from that right side to complement all the splats that Chase was getting into the with the K-Pro there on the left side of the zone. But ultimately, game 1 of this best of 5 winners finals. I don't know why Chad is saying winner finals so often, but yes, to confuse any or to give clarification to any confusion, we are in winners finals. And it looks like we do have a counter pick in. It is going to be Tower Control at Mako Mart. If I could make an offhand comment, last month at this point we had 4 illegal counter picks on stream that we caught. So far this month, everything's been 100% legal. I'm honestly impressed.
and as you wanted to head TOs for this, I'm sure that brings a tear to your eye to see everybody doing what they're supposed to be doing. You know, well, don't pay attention to the other brackets. Regardless, Tower Control, Mako Mart, and this is Trollphoon coming out with this pick here. You know, if they're going to use the same kind of comp that they used last time, I can see how this makes sense. They went with that double midline comp with K-Pro and Nautilus that doesn't do a good job of painting. But on the flip side, on a mode like Tower Control, paint isn't, paint is always important, but it's not as important as it is in other modes. You kind of just need paint around the tower, not for like vast majority of the map. So if you're going to go with a mode that will highlight your splatting ability over your lack of paint, it should be Tower Control. Yeah, very well put there. And if I may add on to that, you know, it really is about being strategic as to where you are painting. You know, like you said, you can be painting on the tower, but you could also be painting in very specific corners of the map that can provide you a really good position if that tower does go by to either, you know, put together a really good defensive effort or to, you know, really start to put the pressure on the other team if you are on the offensive instead.
A lot of pressure being put on Pursuit right now as Lemonade says, nah, I'm just going to back out of that and let's just regroup here. As Trollphoon approaches this first checkpoint, not the most difficult in the one to get across, of course, but when Bebop is standing right here with a Grim Range Blaster of all things. Oh, but getting caught out by a Booyah Bomb. A very nice play by Chase. And that will be not, oh, but somehow they still hold on to this first checkpoint. So no real harm, no foul for Pursuit, as they're still in a good situation right here, keeping that checkpoint alive.
Absolutely. And it's going to be a 3v3 situation. And of course, as I say that, Pursuit is going to be going down 3 players. So this is going to spell a little bit of trouble for them right now. As now it's going to be Trollphoon that is going to get back in control here. And oh, we got a little bit of an inkjet battle there. Prosper going to get the job done though, but it is still Trollphoon who's working their way towards the second checkpoint. And Pursuit nowhere in sight to really try to contest this right now. Finally can get one person off the tower, but Trollphoon's still really in position here to kind of continue this push.
You know, hats off to Geo there for landing 2, or I believe that was Prosper, landing 2 Inkjet directs on an opposing Inkjet. Unfortunately, they had armor on that kept them alive a little bit longer, but the real story right here is that Bebop keeps dying to these bombs. It seems like if you want to beat Pursuit, you need to make Bebop as uncomfortable as possible, and it seems like whenever there's an opportunity for a bomb to be in Bebop's direction, it is right there. And you can see the rest of the players for Trollphoon capitalizing off of that. But now, a wipe on the side of Trollphoon, and Pursuit has their first opportunity to take a crack at this first checkpoint.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge now. Finally, it's Pursuit who has a little bit of control here, which is something that they really haven't had all of this game so far, as we are approaching that halfway mark. And now that they do have control, they are taking big advantage of this, getting a couple of you know, continuous crucial picks there, and they're hunting for the lead at this point. They are going to be 1 point away, but they do go 2 down, and unfortunately, they're going to be 1 point shy of getting that lead as Derby gets back on the tower here, and it continues to just apply just a full-on pressure onto Pursuit, and pushes Pursuit all the way back, and unfortunately, that is going to be it for Pursuit in that push, as now it is Trollphoon who has regained their legs here on this one, and they are absolutely back in control.
You know, they didn't get lead there, but that's fine. They cleared that checkpoint. So now, with 2 minutes left to go, this is virtually a tied game. I doubt it's going to remain at 45-46. But can we just point out, Chase is feasting right now. I think on pace to get 25 KA if they don't do anything about this K-Pro that is lighting up Pursuit right now. And 3 players are currently down on Pursuit, so we see the rest of Trollphoon starting to rotate towards mid. Oh, inkjetting by yourself will survive with it, but doesn't really accomplish anything, so they won't have that inkjet to use for defense right here as we see Trollphoon getting control of mid, looking to get a few picks before they ride that tower. A very nice play by Prosper, working around that right side, getting a pick but going down as well. But look who's the last player left alive. It's this player that is murdering everyone. Chase with 16 KA and a minute left to go.
Yeah, Chase has just been such an integral part of this match for Trollphoon. They have just been having themselves a game so far with yet another pick up to 18 KA now, trying to get one more there on Prosper, but Prosper could finally say, nah, please stop this. This is still our game. You know, and that is a key pick right there as well, getting rid of Chase to allow your team to breathe just a little bit, and the inkjet gonna get chased once again. So this is actually gonna put Pursuit in a pretty decent position there as they finally, you know, getting a couple of nice continuous picks there on Chase, who's been leading this game for Trollphoon.
25 seconds left to go here. Pursuit in control of mid. They get a nice combo on the Inkjet Nautilus. You see Bebop working around this light side, getting another pick as well. But look who's the last player left alive. Chase still getting splats. Prosper winning a nice 1v1 right there with the assistance as they approach this final checkpoint. They just got to get there and they will have lead. Does Trollphoon have enough players left to get control of tower? They do hop on. Can they keep it? One more player for Pursuit hops on, and Chase is being the last player left alive. Do they have one more hero play left in them? They do not. And game 2 goes to Pursuit in overtime. 2-0 in winter finals.
Oh my goodness. What a game 2 for both of these teams. That was just insanely close from start to finish. It was just a power struggle. I mean, early on, we did see Trollphoon have a pretty solid grip of that match for the first about 2 minutes-ish of that game. But finally, Pursuit, as soon as they managed to get a 3-down situation, back to back there, Pursuit finally found themselves back in the game. But ultimately, Trollphoon did everything that they could to, put that defensive effort together and just fell a little bit short there at the end. I mean, Chase, though, my goodness. I think Chase might have finished with a 20 KA there and almost had the hero play at the end as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was clearly a counter pick that was put in place for Chase. And Chase does everything that you can to get the dub there. Honestly was in a position to kind of make a hero play at the very end there, even though they were the last player left alive. But now you're in a situation, you have to win, and then you have to win on 2 counter picks that Pursuit is going to use. So not a very difficult hill to climb, and it looks like they are going to go with Plan Blitz on Piranha Pit. I mean, they might need to go with a comp change if they're going to pick this one. I don't know if the double midline thing is going to work again, especially when you know Bebop is going to go back to that C-Jet, camp underneath their basket, and just control mid all game long with those Stingrays.
Yeah, no, I think you're right on that one, but we'll kind of just have to see what they go with. But I have a feeling that they might make some minor adjustments, but otherwise it's still going to be relatively similar. I think that double midline still could work. It's just going to have to be a very well-coordinated effort to, get the job done, because like you said, if the C-Jet is going to make a return here, which it probably will, because this is a fantastic map for that C-Jet, it's going to have to be a well-coordinated effort just to get rid of a C-Jet.
Yeah, this is a map where you want a lot of paint on. That benefits Pursuit. This is a map where you want a little bit of range on if you can afford to use it. That benefits Pursuit. This almost, unless Trollphoon they have to change their comp. They have to. Otherwise, I feel like this is a map that is going to benefit Pursuit very heavily. We'll see as we do. As we look at the selection screen, it is actually Pursuit that is waiting a little bit to figure out what weapons they want to use. Trollphoon already readying up, so they're the ones making the counter pick. Obviously, they would know what their comp is, but I can't believe. I'll be genuinely surprised if they come out and dominate using the same comp they have the last couple of games, knowing that Pursuit should, in my opinion, have the advantage just based off their comp alone on this map.
All right, but here we go. We are going to be diving into game number 3 here. Pursuit sitting pretty here, up 2-0 in winners finals. Taking a look at these compositions, though. A junior going to be coming out for Derby there. Trollphoon actually kind of sticking to their guns for the most part. Which, I don't know. Like Popcorn and I have been saying, I felt like there could have been some more adjustments made there.
Well, the team that did make the adjustment, Pursuit, is getting punished for it now. Coming out with a Hydra instead of a C-Jet. Now, Hydra obviously works out really well in this map, especially when you're pushing, but it's Trollphoon that is controlling the narrative of this game. So far in the first 30 seconds, they do pop the basket, and this is a snowbally map. If you get a good push going off here, you can get a KO. That might not be the case here because the junior player does go down, and the other two players for Trollphoon are getting sucked out into that useless area, as it is called, and the last player being forced to jump out there. So Pursuit, a very nice defense here, and this is where we're going to see they come out with Mini, they're coming out with Hydra, they're doing this double missile thing. This is their position to show us how this comp is going to work for them.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, it's, you know, they got one good push there. You know, well, good. One power climb plus 3 there. But the defense is where we're really gonna have to see this comp kind of step up. And as I say that, of course, it is now Pursuit that gets a wipe on Trollphoon, and the barrage of clams piled into the basket. However, now they need to go gather some more clams to try to continue this push here. Finally going to be able to get those clams delivered to the basket, and the onslaught of clams continues as they bring their score all the way down to 29 points remaining. Prosper going to be trying to come up with 7 more clams here. Going to try to go undetected, which they do. Absolutely huge, bringing that all the way down to 11 points remaining. And my goodness, Bebop still hanging out in that backside useless area before finally going down. And that is where this push will end. But my goodness, the damage has been done. And Trollphoon is finding themselves in a very, very sticky situation.
That's why they picked Hydra right there, because Hydra can just camp out at the enemy base when you have the basket popped and just murder people as they're poking their heads around the corner. And the Hydra did a very good job. Might not have gotten a lot of splats, but forced a ton of attention away from the basket. Prosper just went in there and just had just so comfortably tossing in 7 clams that just bled the basket down. And now half of the game is gone. Trollphoon down 2-0 in this winter final set. In a desperate situation here, even though there's 2 minutes left to go, they need to get a lot of picks, they need to get a lot of paint on the ground, and so far the team that's doing both of those things clearly is Pursuit, who is dominating this game right now.
Yeah, I mean, Pursuit just continues to just have a death grip on this game. Lemonade going to be building up a power clam for themselves. I mean, they don't really need it, but they're just going to continue to put this pressure on. Going to try to make a move towards the basket. However, they do get shut down, but not before getting a 3-down situation. And I believe Pursuit does have the clams to try to make this work. They do need one more, and there it is. Pursuit going to clean this one up and deliver on a sweep.
There you go. Again, that counter pick really benefited Pursuit. And even though they didn't use the same weapons we were expecting them to, they came out with something obviously a little bit better. Got punched in the mouth early, but you see James Bro leading the pack there with 14 KA. Again, a player that is used to being in Little Squid League and Gamma Bracket. What a fantastic story this is for Pursuit, who is currently undefeated in matches in this low ink. And they have just punched their tickets confidently to grand finals. And with that, we're going to take a quick look at the bracket. I don't know if we're going to take a break here or if we're going to keep going. It looks like, or I'll let somebody else kind of decide that. It looks like we're kind of just peeking into some of these matches to see how things are going, because we are a little bit ahead of the losers bracket. Which is still in round 4. We're going to give you guys some losers bracket action, but at least for Pursuit, they're going to be chilling for a hot minute, and they've definitely earned it with how they've been playing this entire weekend.
Yeah, I mean, they've had some really, really intense games so far. I mean, coming off of that previous matchup with Access Denied, going the full distance of 5 games there, you know, Pursuit definitely, I think, wanting to take a breather here. But, you know, a wide mix of for them so far of going 5 games or sweep. That's really all they've had so far. So definitely going to be a well-deserved break for them. Trollphoon going to also have a pretty decent break ahead of them as well. I mean, they put together a really good effort in those first 2 games. The third game just falling apart for Trollphoon. But I guess, yeah, both teams going to be waiting a little bit for that losers bracket.
And it looks like we are going to be waiting a little bit ourselves. Just waiting for this round 4 of losers bracket to clear up, and we're going to go into a break. and we will be back shortly with losers round 5 and then round 6, which is losers finals, and then the grand finals with the major announcement coming right after that. So stay tuned to Low Ink here on IPL. And one more player going down for free on the side of Sirius as Da Vinci does get... Oh, we got a double wipe! A double knockout, and the tower's just going to reset. Okay, the sparks kind of flew very quickly there.
I don't know if I've ever seen that. Immediately, you know, a complete wipe on both
Deep
teams.
hole into that deficit, but they might have sacrificed a little too much here. Now Frank has got the baller in a claim. Oh, they popped the baller! And that allows another player to jump in. This isn't going to be game, but it's going to be 3 remaining. A bit of a blunder there, popping the baller with the power clan. Frank says thank you, and Tri-Shaft up top does get coming out from the side of Hero Fan Club. Mars popping that armor. It's desperation time, doing anything they can to pop the zone. Pan Pan going down. The zone still not solved. Finally stalls, and wow, it looked like the tournament was about to end right there, but Sirius digs deep and keeps it going for at least a little bit longer.
Sirius still has no penalty right now. They are pounding down the points right now. Once again, that charger is up on that spinner, just adding so much pressure and just looking for anyone that they can snipe down.
You know, that's where you kind of need to be when you have that kind of a lead that they do. Hitting a nice shot on zone, getting a nice double, hello! And can they get zone over?
Welcome back, everybody, to Low Ink August 2021. DRF once again joined by Popgun here, and we are going to be diving into our losers semifinals. And this is going to be a matchup between the Wipeout Punks and Access Denied. I mean, Access Denied, we got to see a good set from them earlier, so you know, definitely they got to be feeling pretty good so far with their performance. But going up against the Wipeout Punks, don't think they've had an opportunity to play this team quite yet, so this one's going to be pretty interesting.
We've never had a team lose in round 1 of winners bracket and win Low Ink. Wipeout Punks are looking to be the first team to do that. They lost in round 1 to Fallen Ink 2-3, but have since been on a tear. 2-1 Illumineye, 2-1 against Mahi Monsoon, 2-0 the Sentinels, and then got revenge against Fallen Ink 2-1. So they're on a bit of a tear here in losers bracket. The problem is, when you play in losers all day, you don't get a break. Every single game is stressful because if you lose it, you could be right out of the tournament in one game later. So it's very draining making runs through losers brackets, and especially now that they're going up against a very strong team in Access Denied. And again, you just saw a best of 5 set on stream. This one will be best of 3. So winning game 1 in a tournament with these kind of counter picks is so critical, very critical, because you get control of the last game if you win this one here. Splat Zones at Anchovy Games. Saucy Boy likely to come back out with that charger, because we did see them play against Pursuit on this map and mode and got the dub, actually. And look at all those shooters coming out from the side of Wipeout Punks. They're looking to get some wipeouts with some aggressive weapons like that. My goodness.
I mean, yeah, they also have a lot of pain going for them as well. So this is definitely going to be pretty interesting here as Wipeout Punks. I think they're very much going to be, you know, playing that objective, trying to get kills around that objective. Their focus is going to be in that center area, you know, almost the entire match here. But it is going to be a little bit of back and forth action right out of the gate, as it is Wipeout Punks that do finally get a little bit of a grip here. But no, as I say that, Access Denied going to be flipping the zone back in their favor, and this is just an absolute bloodbath between these two teams to start out this game.
Access Denied has showed us that they know how to play this map and mode. As you see the Charger getting a very nice pick there. I want to point something out. I knew this before, but I was reminded of it from somebody in chat. You are looking at a stick player Charger right here.
No.
In deep into alpha bracket of Low Ink. It looks weird on the spectator cam because spectator tries to like blend everything together to make it seem more natural, but that is a stick Charger that has been dominating this tournament up to this point. Access Denied having the zone taken back from them, but they reclaim it very quickly. Hayden trying to get a cheeky fall-off kill, decides to go down and just get it straight up there with the Splash-O-Matic.
Wow, no, that is a very interesting factoid there. But I mean, it seems it's definitely been working for them so far, as Access Denied continues to just have a strong hold of this zone as they work their way out of this penalty and start to build up even more points. I mean, the missile's now going to be coming out from Wipeout Punks to finally flip the zone back in their favor, but with one of their members going down, it is going to be Access Denied quickly getting back control. And Access Denied continues to maintain the numbers in this game. I mean, whenever one of their members go down, it's almost certain that at least one person on the side of Wipeout Punks is going to fall with them.
Yeah, and they're not... You know, Wipeout Punks is doing enough with their specials to get control of zone, but they can't capture any real territory to get a lockout established. I mean, Access Denied is not surrendering their side of the map, and I think the problem is Wipeout Punks can't kill Saucy Boy. I don't think Saucy Boy has died so far in the first 2.5 minutes of this game, and we got a Charger up there just kind of watching over everything. There's not really a lot Wipeout Punks can do as far as advancing territory. So once again, they get control of zone, but are they even going to get through their penalty points, which is not many at all, before Access Denied comes back and gets control thing, and man, they really need to answer for Saucy Boy right here. Way too comfortable.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just this Charger been doing so much work for Access Denied so far, and like you saying earlier,
that's ridiculous.
Oh yeah, this That's not even funny right now with what Saucy Boy is able to do. But, you know, like you were saying earlier, Wipeout Punk's, you know, trying to use these specials to get back control of the zone, but they're not doing anything to maintain the control. I mean, a lot of misplaced Booyah Bombs on their part that aren't really doing anything, painting the zone or, you know, zoning anybody out, getting any picks. So they do need to step up their special coordination here at the very least, because once again, they are 2 members down, and they just aren't able to utilize those specials effectively at all, if they can even get them off, because they're constantly down.
20 points remaining before Access Denied gets a KO and a lead in this best of 3 set. Now 10. Wipeout Punk's throwing everything they have, but one player dies down. They do stall the zone. A Booyah Bomb's going to come back out, and it's not going to be enough. Wipeout Punks fall with one more game to go for Access Denied to move on to losers finals. And we talked about winning game 1 is so critical in the best of 3. I think that one, the map just worked out in Access Denied's favor. Now, again, counter picks, so Wipeout Punks, who has not lost yet since they've been in losers, has an opportunity to pick something that is going to put that charger at a disadvantage and highlight the short-ranged, hyper-aggressive comp that they have over Access Denied. But yeah, if they do get that and they do get the win, it's going to be difficult considering Access Denied will have control over the final game.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, you know, kind of looking at the map list here, like you're saying, they definitely should go with something that's plays to their comp a little bit and disadvantages that charger. You know, perhaps something like a Black Belly Rainmaker or maybe even a Manta Maria could come in handy here. They really, and this is the thing with counter picking, is that especially at this level, sometimes teams tend to just rely more on comfort picks when it comes to counterpicking a map mode combo. But what you really need to be looking at is what is the other team playing? What are they running? And how can you pick something that's going to disadvantage them to the greatest possible extent, such that it gives you that greater margin of error to work with?
We do have a sub coming out before they pick the map that they want to use, so it seems they know what map they want to use, and they are going to go with Reef Clam Blitz. I think a smart decision. I feel like Clam Blitz is actually Reef Clam Blitz in general would be a good one if the charger is the issue here. But I'm curious why they brought in John, what specifically they're going to bring to the table that's going to give them, they feel like it's going to give them the advantage in this map and mode that they chose to pick here. We won't really know, and I'm not a big fan of speculating things we don't know about, but clearly we're going to see with their comp coming out soon why they feel like John is going to be the better player over Mal in this particular map and mode. With that being said, I guess if you're Access Denied and you want to win this one right here, right now, you could, they are very flexible. They actually have 2 different players that can play charger. Hayden, I think, plays every weapon in the phone book possible. So they're this is a very flexible team, Access Denied. So they're kind of built for a counter pick tournament, in my opinion. And we'll see what they come out with as well. I'm expecting some sort of comp change on both sides here.
Yeah, definitely anticipating that as well. I mean, these teams taking their sweet old time trying to figure out what their compositions are going to be. I mean, this is really a chess match between these two, trying to anticipate what the other's going to be playing and making your own adjustments, like you playing a couple of steps ahead, really, you know, to as much as you possibly could in a game like Splatoon. But yeah, I mean, these teams definitely putting a lot of thought in this one.
Loser will take the 4th place title in this 36th edition of Low Ink. Not too shabby of a result, especially for these 2 teams that have not made this deep of a run into Low Ink in their respective histories. But we are going into game 2 here. Clam Blitz, the Reef, as we wait to see what the mystery comps are going to be. That is a heavy remix coming out from the side of John, and no real crazy changes coming out from the side of Access Denied. Still sticking with that Fire Fin, coming back out with a Nautilus with Inkjet. But John looking to go with, they dropped their their kind of 4 frontliner or 4 aggressive player comp to go with an anchor here on Clan Blitz.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty interesting idea there. I mean, the anchor gonna, you know, their key position here is going to be the bridge. They need to, you know, obviously they can hang back in a defensive effort, but on the offensive, they need to be able to hold on to that bridge, being able to just kind of start pushing people away from the basket. And a fantastic job here getting that first power clamp in, but seems like not a whole lot of time's going to be able to follow. They do get 5 in, which actually is not too bad for a first push.
You kind of want to get below 60 in your first push to make it somewhat effective, but for the first minute, knowing that you can pop the basket early and often is going to be a good thing. Missiles coming out here, and it looks like Saucy Boy takes their first death of the set here, combined with those missiles to kind of force all those access denied players back. And just like you said, DRF, John in control of the bridge here, especially with that charger down. It's going to be a good situation to get some paint down, but then the inkjet coming, forcing everybody back. So we get a little bit of a neutral ground here. But regardless, a nice play by Wipeout Punks to at least force access denied back into their side of the map. But a good defense by access denied as well. So I don't think Wipeout Punks had enough capital to kind of work with to get a push going.
Yeah, and now it's going to be the Firefin here that actually kind of regains control of the bridge for access denied. And now Rin going to be answering with a suction bomb rush of their own. But unfortunately for the Wipeout Punks, they don't have the numbers quite yet to really make much of these special pushes. As they continue to just see themselves down one member. But Rin is going to be trying to make a bit of a sneaky play there, a little bit of a flank, unfortunately not going to be able to get anything done quite yet. And now both these teams kind of, you know, kicking back and taking a little bit of a reset here.
Wipeout Punks has been doing a really good job of putting pressure on the backside of access denied. They keep attacking from the left and the right, but now they're forced to be on the defensive themselves. Hayden pushed up to the enemy basket. As they throw clams to Hayden, they should have enough to make a power clam right here. It looks like they do make a power clam on the backside, but Hayden doing a good job of taking the attention of 3 players down before dying themselves. If they got a trade there, that would have been huge. Saucy Boy controlling that bridge with the ink wall and the suction bombs coming up as well as access denied. Forced to kind of back off, getting a nice splat there on Rin, the Neo Splash-O-Matic. Man, it really looked like access denied was in position to score there. Just one more clam didn't get tossed in the right direction, but now they're starting to work around that left side. And it gets denied! Ink wall not coming out just in the right amount of time as 2 players are now left for access denied. Wipeout Punks starting to push up now. But man, they only got about 12 clams as a team. I don't know if this is enough to get something going, but at the very least, they will get control in mid.
Yeah, I mean, the absolutely huge break there for the Wipeout Punks. They got away with something that really, they almost seem like they shouldn't have. But credit to them nonetheless, as now we are seeing them in numbers advantage here for V2, and this is going to finally be their opportunity to make something happen. But the Nautilus is going to try to put together a defensive stop. Unfortunately, not going to be able to do so. Rin now bringing out the suction bomb rush behind the basket. Unfortunately, does get shut down by Hayden, but the Power Clan going to jump in, and they do score it. However, I don't think the Wipeout Punks are going to have anything to follow. So this is going to be a 1 Power Clan push. And that is going to be an offering of a free power clam to access denied as well.
In this stage of the tournament, you're not going to get a lot of windows to try to get something going. That might have been it for Wipeout Punks. I mean, that was the perfect situation for them to get lead and get a damaging lead at that, but only popping the basket and nothing else to show for it. Who knows if they'll get another chance here. Access denied doing a good job of plugging all of these leaks that seem to pop up in their defense, responding really well to all of the flanks that Wipeout Punks is presenting to them. And now we see a battle for the bridge as access denied scores yet again.
And it is going to be Saucy Boy that is in that behind the basket that is going to be allowing their teammates to jump. However, they don't have any clams to continue this push. So, unfortunately, that is going to be it for access denied, and now they have to put together a defensive stop. The power clam does go in for the Wipeout Punks. However, I'm not sure if they have the clams to follow. They do actually extend this, and the power clam going to come in and try to win this game, and it does! My goodness, the Wipeout Punks with a amazing last-ditch effort there to keep their tournament hopes alive.
The Wipeout Punks was out of this tournament. They were out of that tournament right there. When Ray got that Inkjet kill on the player with the power clam, that was it. But then they just lost track. They didn't focus on that one power clam that was right there. Really the last thing that could have caused the game to go into Wipeout Punk's favor. Access Denied just kind of lost track of it, or they had enough players die or whatever. But John, the player coming in off the bench into this game, making the heads-up play at the right moment at the right time, slipping past everybody with the heavy remix, and all of a sudden the Wipeout Punks keep their tournament hopes alive just a little bit longer. But now a decisive game 3, and once again the team that gets to pick this critical game is going to be Access Denied, and they are going with tower control at Mako Mart.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, this is going to be a pretty interesting one. I think for Access Denied, they're definitely we're still probably going to be seeing that Firefin. I do think that their comp might work a little bit better here. I don't think that Wipeout Punks is necessarily going to have the aggression to, hold this one in their favor. But the key thing is that in that last game, the Wipeout Punks were able to kind of just read Access Denied's key mistakes there. They were able to kind of see exactly what Access Denied was doing, and they were able to pounce on that critical mistake in those closing seconds. So even though Access Denied has been in the driver's seat this whole set for the most part, Wipeout Punks, they just need that one little window. And if they can find that one little window and act on it appropriately, then they can run away with us.
The way you're talking almost makes it seem like Access Denied would be the favorite here, and I think you're kind of I think that's a fair sense to kind of go with. John sticking in with hello, hold on. First off, John's still in the game, still using the heavy remix. But we have, is it really a low ink unless we have a Carbon Deco making an appearance at some point or another? Oh, and what? How? Okay. The Custom Blaster, of all things, getting the pop from behind, the explosion getting the kill from behind the tower. And that Carbon Roller didn't last very long. It's now Wipeout Punks flexing early. With 30 seconds already gone, this first checkpoint is going to be eliminated. The question is going to be how much more are they going to get, because this looks like a snowball that is rolling down the mountain right now. A couple of players left alive for Access Denied, but the man advantage is in Wipeout Punk's favor. And now 2 players going down. The NZAP doing a good job getting a couple of picks, but they lose that second checkpoint. A critical checkpoint to lose. This is really starting to get nerve-wracking for Access Denied as the last player goes down, but damage done. 2 checkpoints and some change falls in the first minute. Access Denied in a huge hole here.
My goodness, I mean, Wipeout Punks, proved me wrong right out of the gates here. I mean, they came out with just aggression that I hadn't really seen from them before. This was a whole new team coming out in the opening seconds, and a huge lead here. But now Access Denied is going to be in control of this tower, and we know what Access Denied can do. So it's great on the Wipeout Punks that they were able to get this lead, because that is a huge lead. But now they need to be able to hold off Access Denied for 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, this is still anyone's game at this point, but clearly a huge lead for Wipeout Punks. For Access Denied, it's 1 checkpoint at a time, and they're having a lot of difficulty just getting past this first one. Saucy Boy, every time they get on the tower, even though they are getting picks, are having a difficult amount of time staying on because some sort of booyah bomb or missiles forces them off. They finally get across it here, so that's going to pay dividends over the course of the next 3 minutes. But with 1 player down, the blaster is down, and John forced to kind of retreat here in a good situation to kind of knock somebody off the tower, as well as W. Actually, all 3 players in Wipeout Punks alive on the left side. Great pick there on the NZAP, and 2 players going down for Access Denied, so a good defensive hold by Wipeout Punks. As long as they hold on that second checkpoint, they're going to be feeling comfortable. And as long as John has a booyah bomb ready to go, getting it across that checkpoint is going to be very difficult to do, as you see it jumping out there.
Yeah, and now we're going to see that Inkjet coming out. A nice pick there from Ray. Ray tried to find that second pick as well. Unfortunately, not going to find it. But, you know, just this... I mean, honestly, Access Denied has really just kept themselves in this game so far. You know, they let that first one kind of spiral out a little bit, but they've kind of shown Wipeout Punks that, hey, we're not out of this yet. I mean, they've made a good push before, and, you know, they just need to let Wipeout Punks know that they're there. They are lurking. They are, you know, within striking distance at all times.
The Carbon player on Access Denied, Hayden, is doing a decent job. The problem is there might not be enough paint on the ground for that Carbon to work with to be as effective as they need that Carbon to be if they're going to win this game. A lot of blue paint on the ground right now, and with the comp they have, outside of the NZAP, maybe the Charger could put some paint down, but there's not a lot of resources Access Denied brought to this fight to put that green paint down on the map, other than getting some splats, which they're doing, but they're coming at the cost of trade. So they're hopping on the tower here, but they don't really have a man advantage to get anything going. They're going to have to get some picks with this tower if they want to find a way to get across this first checkpoint, as it looks like they're going to take a stab at it anyways. Suction Bomb Rush coming out from Saucy Boy. The Booyah Bomb's going to come down. Will it get a splat on somebody? No, but it will force somebody into a splat. And 3 players going down now for Access Denied, as Hayden trying to make a hero play happen here. It's not, and this Inkjet getting popped by itself. This is looking like Access Denied might not come away with this one unless they find a way to get these picks without getting trades in the next 45 seconds.
The Wipeout Punks have been doing everything that they've needed to do. I mean, they got that early push, but they needed to just put together a defensive effort, and that's what they continue to do time and time again. They put themselves in positions to be able to just stop any push anytime it gets close to that second checkpoint. That second checkpoint is absolutely crucial. You're kind of surrounded on 3 sides by, you know, higher elevation areas, and the Wipeout Punks have played that to perfection so far, but now we're heading to the last 15 minutes and they are down 2 members, so Access Denied is going to probably get one more go at this, and this is to keep themselves alive in the tournament. This is going to come down to the wire as Wipeout Punks find themselves 2 down yet again, and now approaching that second checkpoint. The Booyah Bomb going to come out, though, well timed, and the Wipeout Punks win this set!
And that is why they brought in John to this set. I mean, if you fire a Booyah Bomb right there, there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. I mean, you can just try to cancel it before it gets thrown, but once they throw that Booyah Bomb and somebody just hops on the tower, that's it. So Wipeout Punks having to go basically into the enemy's home court and get a W, found a way to punch Access Denied in the face early and ride out that win so that they can now advance to Losers Finals. Access Denied tournament ending a little bit earlier than what they probably would have hoped for, but still a good tournament run for them. But Wipeout Punks just a little bit more momentum at their back. Wow, I didn't see that coming after they lost that first game, I'll be honest with you.
No, I'm right with you on that one, Popgun. I mean, Access Denied came out guns blazing in that first game, and they set the pace of this set. I mean, they had control throughout that entire first game. They had control for probably about 4.5 minutes of game 2. But then they kind of just overplayed a little bit, and Wipeout Punks saw their window of opportunity, and they capitalized on it. And they took advantage of it, leading, turning that whole set 180 degrees into their favor. And they just continued to ride that momentum.
Wipeout Punks now 5-0 in losers bracket after falling 2-3 to Falling Ink to start off this day some 3 hours and some change ago when we first started this tournament on this day. This is kind of crazy. In that 5-match win streak that Wipeout Punks is currently on right now, they had to go in a do or die game 3 4 out of those 5 times. Only once did they sweep their opponent, the Sentinels. But they've played in 4 do or die matches where if they lose, they're completely out of the tournament, and they've won them all. That is clutch. That's cash money, as the kids say, but also that is very, very stressful and taxing It's that emotional high. You kind of build yourself up, but over the course of a tournament like this one, it will eat away at you. So we have seen teams do exactly what Wipeout Punks have done, but again, no one has ever won the tournament that way, because you will hit a wall at some point. You can only play this game at a peak of where you can win it for a certain amount of time. That's why we see other teams that get breaks do a little bit better, but Wipeout Punks trying to change the narrative here, and to do that, they're going to have to knock off a very powerful team, Trollphoon, who just got swept by Pursuit in Winners Finals, but has been playing extremely well in Winners side, sweeping Illumineye, the first game that was on stream, sweeping Fallen Ink 3-1 against Rising Wave, or new Rave, I should say, earlier in this tournament as well. So these two teams obviously deserve to be here in Losers Finals. This is going to be a matter of who has more momentum going in here. The team that has been ripping Losers bracket apart, or the team that got here having to skip all of those matches in Losers.
Yeah, I mean, Wipeout Punks, they've been running a marathon. They really have. I mean, to get to this phase, riding out through all of Losers bracket. And like I said, like it's very typical for teams to be hitting a wall at some point. But they've been running the marathon of their lives. They've maintained their pace, and that's all you can really do in these types of situations, is just maintain the pace. Do not fall off. And sometimes it might be tempting to just put everything into something, into like a very specific set or a game, but they've maintained pace, and that's exactly what they need to do, and that's what they need to continue to do. But now Trollphoon, I feel like, is going to come out here and try to set the pace themselves. They've had that little bit of a break, and they're going to try to play this as fast and aggressive as possible to throw Wipeout Punks off their game a little bit.
John staying in as opposed to Mouse, so no roster changes coming out from Wipeout Punks, who does basically have a baseball team on. I think they are rolling 8 players deep into this tournament, which we do allow. But it looks like the comp they have right here that's got the last couple of dubs is what they're choosing to stick with throughout the, at least for this first game of Splat Zones at Piranha Pit. Trollphoon with the same kind of roster they've been busting out so far as well. So we're going to see aggression versus aggression. Sorry, all the anchors in chat, but I think those are going to be gone for a little bit here. Splat Zones at Piranha Pit, other than, of course, the remix John has been using. But nope. No real surprises there on the side of Trollphoon. That's what we're used to seeing. Chase coming back out, dominating with the K-Pro earlier, now on the K-Gal.
Yeah, so now these two teams going to kind of be diving right into mid right away, but these zones are going to be very contested. I mean, and that's going to be the beauty of Splat Zones on Piranha Pit, is just how wildly these zones are going to be swinging back and forth, and it just usually takes a while for one team to get a bit of a grip on these zones. But of course, as I say that, it is going to be the Wipeout Punks that go down 2 members there. But it's really difficult to just hold on to these zones for such an extended period of time. You really need a wipe or near a wipe in order to put together a really strong push. But as of right now, it seems like Trollphoon is kind of putting themselves in a good position. They're just kind of picking their way at this zone, not holding it for an extended period of time, but at the very least, not letting the Wipeout Punks flip it back in their favor.
John doing a little hop, skip, and dance there, dodging all of those inkjet shots and staying alive. Now going to pop Booyah Bomb on the backside zone, as well as, not really going to cap their own zone, but instead trying to be aggressive against the K-Gal. Does mark them as Chase does get taken down ultimately by John, who marked him earlier, and that is going to be control of zone to Wipeout Punks. With this map, it's really hard to get points going unless you can get a lockout, like a full established lockout, because if you just sneeze on the zone, everything just freezes. As you can see, 82-72, and we've already played a minute and a half of this game. So whatever team gets the first real wipe of this game, I think will be the one that wins it, just because it's so hard to get lockouts established here until you get a full man advantage over the other team.
Oh, I 100% agree with you on that one, Pop Gun. And both teams just usually finding themselves in just one member down. I mean, they've been playing this very, very cautiously, just trying to make sure that they do have numbers, because they do not want to be that first team to get wiped and let the spiral out of control. That these teams are always just, you know, nobody ever having a distinct numbers advantage. It's always kind of like one number between each other. Constantly seeing 4v3s, 3v2s at the very worst. But alas, it does seem like that Trollphoon is going to be able to finally get a little bit of a grip here, despite not really having a strong numbers advantage.
Yeah, it literally took half the game for something to happen here, but something is happening into the favor of Trollphoon that isn't just trades and specials going up against specials that are just kind of stalling out the zone here. Wipeout Punks trying to work around this left side. A couple of players, Stanley and Rin, looking for some picks to see if they can get control, get some splats going, and they do. John picking off somebody very well with the Booyah Bomb there, combined, I guess, with the other players kind of forcing that Wipeout Punk or the Trollphoon player into that Booyah Bomb. So Ren doing a good job of getting a splat there as well. Actually, that was a double. I thought that was a trade on the back end, but no, that was a Trollphoon player going down. So here you go. This is the first opportunity either team has had where their paint is the one that is mostly coloring the ground right now, and this should be the lead for Wipeout Punks, and they're looking to do a whole lot more than just that. Booyah Bomb coming down on the right side zone, that's going to be enough to stall. Oh, but the counter Booyah Bomb going to get a pick on a player as opposed to try to get the zone, and that is going to keep everything neutral for now. John getting a nice 1v1 pick as well. Are we going to get two? What? Okay, Chase going down. The zone will go into the favor of Trollphoon, but Wipeout Punk's in a good situation to keep things going here. Man, they don't have an answer for John right now.
John doing their thing, just playing this super well. I mean, they're just kind of hanging out behind that ramp. Anybody that tries to approach them just instantly gets shut down. John doing it yet again, shutting down the Nautilus. I mean, John's they know what their position is, they know what their job is, and they are doing it to perfection right now. Have yourself a game, John.
Remix is such a selfish weapon. As we can see, just taking 1v1 after 1v1 and not losing any of them. One player goes down, but that is a trade. So 30 seconds left to go here. Trollphoon in a dangerous situation. 31 penalty points on this map is a lot. That is a lot, but they need to find an answer to kill. They need to get rid of John, and honestly, they need to do that now because it's going to take a long time to bleed through those points. They do get control of zone, but about 30 to go through and 10 seconds to go here. We do have another Booyah Bomb coming out, and it is, again, trying to go for a splat instead of the zone, and doesn't really work out in that trade, but one player left alive. The Nautilus isn't going to be enough to paint the zone and dies anyways. Wipeout Punks keep the streak alive and are now up 1-0 over Trollphoon from the backs of a remix of all things.
And I mean, John, you know, coming in as a sub from that previous set, and then just continue to stay in and deliver for this team. I mean, wow, John stepping up big time here in Game 1 of Losers Finals.
All right, that's wow. I mean, and you know, it's funny because think about where Wipeout Punks was 3 games ago. Like, they were dead to rights in this tournament on Clan Blitz at the Reef. At the very end there and over. It wasn't until they slipped behind the right player to throw in that power claim that they're even still alive in this tournament. And whoever sold their soul to the devil, it's paying dividends now as they're now up 1-0 in this Losers Finals. And again, this is best of 5, so there's still a couple of games to work with here. But it is Trollphoon who is currently on a 4-game losing streak, scrambling for answers as to how they can reclaim some momentum of their own. And they are going to pick zones on Wahoo World. If they're going to stick with that K-Gal, that's going to work out great here. I don't know. I guess my problem with picking splat zones when you just lost on it on a best of 5 is if they don't get the win here, even if they win game 3, they're giving a lot of maps and modes for Wipeout Punks to work with their counter picks, because they'll have the one-on-one splat zones twice in theory already at that point, so they're going to have 3 modes to pick from, as opposed to if they lose here on tower control, they would only have like Rainmaker or Clan Blitz to work with. So picking the mode you just lost one is really risky. You have to win it almost if you want to win the set.
Yeah, no, that I definitely agree with you on that one. It's a risky pick, but I think they just kind of have a sense of this is exactly what we want. We know exactly how to play this, but ultimately time will tell. Let's dive on into this one here, as John going to be switching to that Hydra, which is going to be a fun and interesting pick here. So not going to be able to play as aggressive as they kind of were with that Splatling remix.
No. They're going to be just as aggressive with it. The extra range that the Hydra brings here is still going to be... this is going to be a concern for Trollphoon, because John can just stand up there, and there's no E-leader or Charger to kind of do anything about it, and John can just control zone with that Hydra. That, I think, is a really smart pick over the remix there.
No, actually, no, I agree with that now that you put it that way. Because, yeah, the lack of really anything that... any range on the side of Trollphoon is going to actually be a pretty major concern, actually. But nonetheless, Trollphoon finally going to be able to get control of the zone for the first time, as the Wipeout Punks see themselves down 2 members. John going to be forced back, as Trollphoon just kind of lines themselves up around that zone to kind of just build up a defensive wall.
Booyah Bomb coming in here along with the Suction Bomb Rush from the side of Wipeout Punks, but it's not going to be enough. Trollphoon kind of scrambling for answers, and it looks like they found it so far in this set. They should be able to get lead right here with 2 players down. They haven't dealt with the Hydra just yet, but it's fine because they're knocking out everybody else. The Hydra can't do it all by themselves, but especially when the Hydra can't push up at all. It's not going to be crazy effective when it's forced to be stuck by what happened to DC on the side of Wipeout Punks.
Yep.
But I think that happened under 30 seconds. I think that happened under 30 seconds. With 30 points remaining, can we confirm that?
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I don't think Wipeout Punk should have stopped there.
I'm not sure either. They might have just missed it, but I guess we will possibly wait for official word from TOs on that one. But I think you are right on that, Popgun. It might have just been barely after the cutoff.
Well, regardless. Well, no, I guess, regardless, it looked like Wipeout Punks was going to win that one, but I don't know if that replay is going to be in effect or not. Yes, I am a head TO here, but I am also busy commentating. I didn't pay attention to the exact. I mean, the benefit of these things being on stream is that we can look up the exact time, but the stream is, if you're under 30 points remaining and the DC happens, the game counts. And the reason that is because it's basically a dub. It's basically, that would have been a dub for Wipeout Punks if the DC did not happen. So we're going to take a moment to do an official review. And the head referee here, JPEG, who does a fantastic job of running this tournament. Somebody in chat has got it. I'm going to look at it myself real quick. So, oh gosh, my voice is in this one. That's weird. So we got 33 remaining. No, oh wait. The K-Pro is out with 31 remaining. That is a replay. I'm looking at it right now. There's 31 remaining and the K-Pro is gone. That's a replay by the skin of their teeth. My goodness.
Wow.
The official review. Wow. Okay, yeah, wow, because Wipeout Punks were going to win that game. DC or not, they were going to win that game. But, man, Trollphoon, if they really needed that break, and they got it right there. So there's their replay. Now, they're not going to get another one, and the question is going to be, what happened with Chase? It looks like Chase is back in the lobby. Who are we missing? Are we missing someone from Wipeout Punk's side? Or no, I'm confused. It was Wipeout Punks that DC'd, right?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I believe
that's right. You're right. So that is, so everything I said, reverse that. that was Trollphoon that was in complete control of everything. And that just, once again, that was looking for the break that didn't get it. No, don't be in chat saying that something wrong was going on there. That 100% happened within the rules. 31 points remaining. So we are replaying that one. Tough break for Trollphoon. But, hey, if you just come back out and do what they just did, I think they're still going to be fine here.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess we're going to reset. Everybody's going to be on even ground again. But both of these teams in that original game had one really good push. One really good push from each side. So now it's going to be kind of interesting because now both teams kind of have an idea of how to play against the other in this one. So it's going to be interesting to see what kind of positioning changes and just all sorts of little micro changes are going to be happening here in order to be that team that kind of comes out on top early on here.
And here we come, the early splats coming from, actually we got a little bit of a trade situation here, but still kind of the same opening. We see the Hydra going for the wall, trying to establish control amid and push everybody from Trollphoon back. And two players are going down from Trollphoon, so this is kind of the same opening we saw last time. The question is going to be, can Trollphoon bounce back? And you know, that is a frustrating loss to get, regardless of it being within the rules or not. That is kind of mentally frustrating, and Trollphoon has to find a way to bounce back from that. And so far, it looks like if they can find a way to get us some splats right here, but no, 3 players going down, and Wipeout Punk's getting complete control here, and oh no, this is starting to look really scary.
Oh, really scary indeed, as Trollphoon now find themselves on the back foot. But this is about the time where they've made that move to get control of the zone and control of the game last time. And it looks like they are going to be trying to take this bridge across, which is very lightly contested compared to the ramp on the far right side there. And they do manage to flip that zone, however, not in control quite yet, as it is a 2v2 situation. Ooh, man, but the Trollphoon now going to be down at a numbers disadvantage here. So they did tack on that penalty to the Wipeout Punks, but unfortunately for them, they did not get control this time, and that's where this game is going to start to deviate from the previous one.
Yep, Trollphoon just needs one good push here. They just need to get control and start pushing those players back and force that Hydra into that position that they were in last game of just being stuck behind that wall, behind that flat. So anytime they can just stall the zone and keep this game going a little bit longer is going to be a dub for them, because it just takes one opportunity, and this might be the opportunity for them right now. Geo getting a nice pick on the last player left alive. John, the Hydra, still alive, and again, that doesn't really matter as long as you don't feed it to the Hydra. If you just keep that Hydra stuck on that wall there on the plat, and then kill everybody else that feeds into them, and they do take down the Hydra. Trollphoon starting to roll right now. This is the window they've been looking for.
Absolutely huge for Trollphoon now, as they do have a solid grip on this zone, but the couple of Booyah Bombs going to be coming out, and they actually managed to counteract those Booyah Bombs to perfection, as it is now just the Hydra left standing on the side of Wipeout Punks, and the Hydra is not able to get anywhere near the zone, and Trollphoon finds themselves in a very familiar position, but this time with no replay available for Wipeout Punks. And now this game is going to be played out to the very end here, as now they do have solid control here. However, with 2 members down on the side of Trollphoon, Wipeout Punks are going to be able to try to flip this zone back and get another chance to try and get back control of this game.
Well, there you go. I said they just needed one push, and there it was. Once they finally got control of things, it took forever and a half for Wipeout Punks to get back into control of that zone. But now look, only 10 penalty points remaining, and what specials do they have to work with? They can build up a Booyah Bomb, they can build up Suction Bomb Rush, they need to pop armor, but they need to do all this stuff right now. You see them popping all at the same time. What does Wipeout Punks have to kind of respond with it? The Neo Splash goes down, but a counter Booyah Bomb is going to be enough to give lead to Wipeout Punks, and now this is starting to look like a KO situation as the last Booyah Bomb comes in, the Junior goes down, and Wipeout Punks, oh no, up 2-0, and Trollphoon in a deep hole here. Lost twice on splat zones. Looked like they were going to win that game before the DC happened, right at the last frame before it could be replayed. Man, Trollphoon's really going to have to dig deep here if they want to find themselves back into this set. And it's going to start with this last counter pick that they have here.
And now I guess the question is, are they going to go back to Splat Zones? Because it seems, I mean, this was their counter pick, Splat Zones Wahoo World. And there was glimpses there where, you know, you can kind of see, okay, yeah, definitely see why they went with this counter pick, with how they were playing some of the positions and whatnot. But knowing that the other team has a player like John that's going to be just such a strong anchor, just an anchor that's not going to move from their position and is going to be able to get you no matter how, like, even when you start to get even remotely close to them. But it'll be kind of interesting to see what they go with here, because it really feels like that they want to try to make Splat Zones work.
Yeah, I mean, if at this point, it doesn't really matter, because if you lose, you're done. So it's not like you pick a map to where, okay, if we lose this, then that means that Wipeout Punks can't pick this one against us later. So no, now you want to go with whatever your best one is. Whatever it is, whether it's Splat Zones or otherwise. And all honesty, you can go back to the same map you just lost on. If they want to go back here to Splat Zones at Wahoo and run it again with a little bit of a different comp, they can. But yeah, we're waiting on the pick. There is a sub coming in here. So Mal is coming in for Wipeout Punks. And I think it is Rin that was in that is coming out. Yeah, I don't see Rin in there anymore. So Wipeout Punks with a little bit of a sub. It's interesting because Wipeout Punks are making this change before they even know what the map or mode is. So I think this is just a situation of, hey, I gotta go, you gotta come in, as opposed to like, oh, let's wait to see what the best one is. So I think we just might have just lost the player for the day. And they're going with Tower Control at Starfish main stage here. And Typhoon, again, man, a lot of adversity working against Typhoon here. But they are still in this one. They've shown earlier in that Splat Zones Wahoo game, both of those Wahoo games, the replay and the original one, that they are more than capable of getting the dub here. It's just one game at a time. If they could get this win and build up a little bit of momentum with it, that will be huge for them going forward, because these guys need that mental lift more than anything right now.
Yeah, and I mean, essentially, they're going to have to do what the Wipeout Punks did against Access Denied. The Access Denied had complete control in that previous set against Wipeout Punks, and Wipeout Punks saw that window of opportunity, flipped that set, ended up running away with it pretty decisively. Trollphoon gonna be looking to do the same exact thing, give Wipeout Punks a little taste of their own medicine. You know, Wipeout Punks have been in control of this set so far. I mean, there's been some back and forth in those first two games, but Trollphoon just kind of needs to take it up one more notch. And find that exact window of opportunity to flip this set around and try to pull off that reverse sweep themselves.
The last time we saw Trollphoon on Tower Control, it was at Mako Mart, and it was up against the team waiting in Grand Finals, Pursuit. And that was when Chase popped off with 20 KA in a losing effort. So this probably is their best mode. Why they want to go with main stage, I'm not quite sure. This is going to be another remix favored map for the side of Wipeout Punks here, because you can kind of just walk along those grates along the left and right side. You can flank with a remix on this map really easily if you know how to pull it off. So a good mode for Trollphoon, but I think this map might just benefit Wipeout Punks a little bit more, as we see John working around that right side, and Geo might not realize that there is a heavy remix, but no, is protected by Cones, who does a good job. Nice recognition of that flank from the heavy remix, but they don't pick up the other two players from Wipeout Punks who go into the enemy base. Chase getting a nice splat right there, already with 2 KA early in this game, as John is back in the middle of mid here, trying to get control, and a nice pick on the K Pro. So this push will continue for Wipeout Punks as they look to get across this first checkpoint.
Yeah, and they're in a pretty strong position right now, as they do have Trollphoon kind of staggered here. However, with the people that Trollphoon does have up, they've been slowing this push at least just by a little bit, because this could be completely spiraled out of control, but it's not spiraled out of control just yet, as as whatever Trollphoon does have up, they managed to just apply enough pressure to where Wipeout Punks has to kind of second guess each of their moves. And finally, Trollphoon managed to get that wipe there, and now have control of mid. Cone's going to be bringing out the Suction Bomb Rush to try to establish a little bit of paint over on the side of Wipeout Punks. And oh, this Inkjet's going to get a nice double there! And now Trollphoon is in control of this game, but the Booyah Bomb going to be coming out and throws Derpy off the tower for the time being, which is going to be a great opportunity for Wipeout Punks to regain their numbers here. And that they do, getting 2 members down on the side of Trollphoon, and Wipeout Punks putting together a good defensive stop there.
That whole sequence right there just highlights how important specials are in the game of Splatoon 2. The Inkjet got the double, which seemed to be an indicator that Trollphoon was going to have an easy clear of that first checkpoint. And then all of a sudden, a Booyah Bomb comes out and missiles at the exact same time. And just that alone stopped the push. And then everybody else comes back in, and then the push is over. But yeah, specials playing a huge part here in this early goings as we approach the halfway mark here. Trollphoon down a checkpoint and a half, and now down a couple of players as there's a lot of green ink in mid. Wipeout Punk's got to be feeling pretty confident they can punch their ticket to grand finals right here.
Yeah, definitely gotta be the mindset for Wipeout Punks. They want this, and they gotta be playing like they do, and they are. They are doing a great job now of just continuing to apply pressure. But once again, Trollphoon playing their defensive half very well, getting 3 members down there. I think that might have been a delayed wipe, actually. So, not going to allow Wipeout Punks to get any more points on the board, and this is going to be a complete reset for them as Trollphoon starts to make their way to mid and starts once again to put a little bit of paint down on the other half of this map.
Minute 45 left to go here. Trollphoon approaching the first checkpoint. Yet again, Gio, are you going to land into a Booyah Bomb? Oh no, but a Booyah Bomb counter coming out from the side of Trollphoon. Now, coming back into the game after being out for the last couple, is now going to go down, and that is the first checkpoint finally falling. So we essentially got a tie game as far as checkpoints are concerned, and they might just get lead right here, but they are losing a lot of players to judge on it in a very devastating spot that can just kind of see everything that approaches that second checkpoint that is right in Death Valley right there. And a Booyah Bomb ready to go as well as missiles. So Wipeout Punks loaded for bear for another defense. But again, look how much paint is in mid. Look how much paint is already on the Trollphoon side of the map. They're not giving Trollphoon any opportunities to try to make a hero play happen and get back into this game.
No, they are not. Every time it seems like Trollphoon does manage to get a push in, Wipeout Punks are right there to meet them. And they do a phenomenal job of putting together these defensive stops. And, I mean, both teams really have been putting together great defensive efforts here so far. It's just that Wipeout Punks managed to get just a tad further so far because this is a relatively even game as far as the score is concerned.
20 seconds left to go here. Trollphoon trying to keep their turning hopes left alive, but here comes a player. W from behind, taking out 2 players before going down themselves. Cones trying to do everything they can to stay on the tower, and this is the last effort yet again. Chase coming down to tower control. Can they get a quad, essentially, and keep on the tower and survive double Booyah Bomb? That is going to be your tournament, essentially, for Trollphoon and Wipeout Punks. Keep the momentum going, and they are going to be facing off against Pursuit in Grand Finals of Low Ink August 2021. What a lot of clutch defensive plays there in all 3 or 4 of those games by Wipeout Punks.
Yeah, Wipeout Punks continue to ride that momentum, and they, took that as a huge advantage here in this game. Trollphoon having to have waited a little bit to get into this match. Wipeout Punks just coming off of some pretty clutch victories themselves. They were riding that high all the way into this set and throughout this set because Trollphoon never really got a much opportunity to, establish their game in throughout all this set. So unfortunately for them, this is the end of the road. But for Wipeout Punks, I mean, their party train is still going as they enter Grand Finals against Pursuit. and this is gonna kind of be, you know, that story that we're talking about. You know, Wipeout Punk's out in that first round in the winner's side of the bracket, going into the loser's bracket and having to just go through a gauntlet. I believe that they've played 6 matches in loser's bracket so far. Is that right, Popgun?
They have. They've played all 6 here, and they have won them all. Wipeout Punks looking to be the first team ever to sweep or to run their way all the way through the beginning to end of losers bracket and win low ink and alpha bracket. It's never been done before. Wipeout Punks looking to do it right before your very eyes, and we will be bringing you Wipeout Punks versus Pursuit next in grand finals here of Low Ink, with our announcement coming directly after the end of grand finals. So go use the bathroom, go get your popcorn, do whatever you need to do to get mentally ready for the mind-blowing set that you are about to see here on IPL. Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Ink, August 2021. We are giving you grand finals of this fantastic tournament with an announcement coming after grand finals, but we are in a double elimination tournament. That means if Wipeout Punks wants to beat Pursuit, they'll have to beat them twice in 2 best-of-7 matches, with a little bit of a counterpick rule change that I want to make you guys aware of. You can now pick any mode as long as it isn't the mode that you most recently won on. Before, if you won on a map or mode, it's gone for the rest of the set. In a best of 7, though, with the limited map pool we have, we wanted to change that rule a little bit. I believe Smash calls it a Dave's stupid modified rule list or something like that. Now, you cannot pick the same map that you've already won on. We don't want to see one team just camp out on Splat Zone's Art Academy and win this tournament that way. But you are going to see some teams go back to the same modes at some point in this tournament.
All right. Yeah, no, okay. I think that's a pretty interesting rule modification there, which is definitely going to create for some interesting dynamics as we progress through this set. You know, being able to go back to a mode that you've already won on, but later on in the set, it's a bit of a kind of refresher in a way, because you're not going to continue to ride the momentum of that mode, because you're going to be forced to have to win on another mode before then.
Leave your predictions now, and you're predicting just this first set, not who's going to win the entirety grand finals. Right now we got 43,000 points on Pursuit as opposed to the 17,000 on Wipeout Punks. Get your predictions in now. Those points are very valuable, unless they're not. And we see Bebop coming back out with that C-Jet that Pursuit has been using up to this point, and John sticking in the game as well as Mal. I think Rin might be gone for the day, so this could be the comp that we're going with going forward for Wipeout Punks.
Alright, so very quickly there, Wipeout Punks does get control of the zone for a whole 2 seconds there before Pursuit comes in and gets a hold of it for just a little bit longer. However, with Pursuit going 2 members down at this time, John going to be bringing out that Booyah Bomb, and the zone will neutralize before flipping over to Wipeout Punks. Quickly burning through that penalty and aiming for the lead themselves. A lot of back and forth in the early seconds of this match. But now it does seem like Wipeout Punks are on the complete offensive here, moving up a little bit. Almost everybody in front of that zone now, trying to keep Pursuit from even trying to drop down from their spot.
I wonder what the decision process was for John to switch off of Hydra that we saw them use on this map and mode last set and go back to the remix. Maybe they knew Bebop was coming out with that Stingray and they wanted a little bit more mobility with the remix, or maybe they just felt like, oh, we can get splashed with this thing anyways, regardless of where it is. So here we go, the Booyah Bomb that does a really good job of capping the zone on this map, and Wipeout Punks, the team coming in here from the loser side, was in contention to get some things going here until a couple of players went down to some very nicely timed Tenta missiles, I believe from James Bro on the side of Pursuit.
And now with a little bit of cat and mouse going on the carousel there as teams chasing one another, trying to get a couple of crucial picks there, but now Stanley is the one that's going to be trying to cap that zone, which they do. Wipeout Punks in control once again. Pursuit kind of, hanging back a little bit, playing a little bit more passive as of right now, trying to, I guess, regain some numbers, get some of those specials up and ready, and the Stingray plus armor combo coming out to eliminate 2 members on the side of Wipeout Punks, neutralizing this zone, allowing Pursuit back in control. And now Pursuit going to be looking to capitalize on this. Their penalty not that large, but Mal going to be bringing out a Booyah Bomb to try to slow down Pursuit's offense. And that they do. So credit to Wipeout Punks for playing this very well defensively each time Pursuit gets back in control.
John with the remix leading the way for Wipeout Punks right now, who's getting a lot done without getting a lot of splats here in the first half of the game, as we see a couple of more trades going down, Bebop going down, so no Stingray is going to be online to counter or to complement the missiles that Prosper is throwing out here from the mini Splatling, even though they get a nice pick on Mao. Can they get a second pick? It does look like they're kind of getting pincered, though. One more player left behind. It is W combined with Stanley, and all of a sudden, all the penalty points are gone, but the Pursuit team does able to find a way to get control of zone, but with all these players still alive for Wipeout Punks in the good position that they're in, they're going to take the zone right back. And so far, the first 3 minutes of this game has been in favor of the team Wipeout Punks that needs to start getting some dubs early in this one if they want to keep this tournament going longer than just one set here. And they might get rid of their penalty points yet again and start doing even more damage here.
Ooh, but of course, right as we say that, Pursuit going to be able to flip that back and tack on more penalty points. But Wipeout Punk's able to flip that back yet again. So Wipeout Punk's just kind of in this, you know, never-ending state of working on that penalty. But with 2 members down on the side of Pursuit, make that 3, make that a delayed wipe, actually. That is going to be Wipeout Punks in complete control, and now they are going to be applying a lot of pressure here on Pursuit as that score ticks below 10. It seems like Wipeout Punks are going to be able to run away with game number 1 here in Grand Finals.
And here you go. Here are the two storylines that we're going to be following in this Grand Finals between these two teams. First off, for Pursuit, yes, they have not lost a set all weekend. However, they are coming off a pretty lengthy break from Winners Finals to Grand Finals happening, like an hour to an hour and a half, I believe, was the time it took for this one to get started. So they're coming in a little bit rusty. At what point do they get back to being the play style that they had that got them into Grand Finals? For Wipeout Punks, as you guys know, nobody has won from all the way at the beginning of losers brackets, because at some point you will run out of gas. You will run out of gas. It has been proven time and time again in alpha bracket. Stream slows things down. They played in so many stressful games at some point. So at what time is Wipeout Punks going to hit the wall and stop playing at the same great level that they've been playing at? Or can they just keep that momentum going over the course of this entire tournament? So those are the two kind of things we're going to be looking at. And the key for each one of those teams is momentum. Right now, Wipeout Punks in the middle of a 3, 5, 6 game winning streak right now. So they have all the momentum they need. If Wipeout Punks can go all the way through and like sweep this set, they'll be in a good situation. But if I'm Wipeout Punks, I don't want to lose a single game here in this first bracket.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that, Popgun. The key here is momentum, and actually going into that game 1, both teams are riding a 6-game win streak as well, because I believe Pursuit, having swept in winners finals and got the reverse sweep in semis, so 6-game win streaks apiece. But of course, Wipeout Punk's 6-game win streak being a lot more recent, it was a lot more active. No chance for a little bit of a break. Continue to ride that momentum now. So at this point, it's really going to be interesting to see how Pursuit's going to respond here. I mean, first off, the first step here, responding with a counter pick of Splat Zones on New Albuquerque Hotel. Popgun, what do you make of this?
You know, they picked this when they played against Access Denied earlier on stream in Game 2 as well. Access Denied was able to get the win in the closing seconds there, but the problem with Access Denied was they had a Charger player that was causing a lot of problems for Pursuit. This time around, it's a remix. Not the same amount of range, but still, Splatlings work really well on these Greats with the amount of run speed they have there. Prosper doing a good job of teaming up with their teammate to get a pick and forced to kind of back off here as 2 players do go down on the side of Wipeout Punks and Pursuit in control of the game in the early going here with 2 players down on Wipeout Punk. John trying to build up some a Booyah Bomb that can be used, and they're popping it really early right here, throwing it directly, and it gets caught, so it doesn't really paint anything on the zone, gets caught on the box there by the towel area, and now the Pursuit guys are just kind of rolling around in their own base, but somehow lose control of zone. I think they just got it forced back, and that Stingray didn't do quite enough that they wanted to, so zone going to Wipeout Punks, but Pursuit should be able to get it right back right here, unless John does something crazy like they've been doing all day. Bebop says no.
Well, I mean, John continued to do John things there. Managed to just 1v3 hold that zone in neutral for a little bit of time, which was perfect to allow the rest of their team to come up here. But now it is Pursuit that is in control of the zone, and it is Wipeout Punks on the outside looking in, trying to make something happen, but they do not have the numbers advantage yet again. But 2 specials is going to actually flip it despite losing 3 members there. As of right now, Wipeout Punk's in a position where they're just trying to stall this one out as best as they can, because they have yet to kind of put together an effort in which they can come in and hold this zone for an extended period of time.
You know, the reason Pursuit picked this map is because they want Bebop on that Stingray and to stand on their side of the map and fire it directly down the spine of Albacore Hotel here. But so far, only 3 Stingrays have been popped. Well, with 3, it's been 2 minutes. But yeah, with CJet, you can usually get off a little bit more. They've been doing a good job, Wipeout Punks, of making sure these Stingrays haven't been as devastating as they could be. And here we go. One more Stingray fired at kind of an awkward spot just to try to get some picks here. Rather than to just control area, and it doesn't look like they will accomplish anything with that Stingray, but again, with CJet, they'll get it right back almost immediately, so it doesn't particularly matter there. But James Bro going down, and Stanley trying to pop some missiles to make something happen here as well. Zone going into favor of Wipeout Punks. But man, this has been a back and forth game. It doesn't look like it on the scoreboard, but it really has been pretty even up to this point.
It really has. I mean, Wipeout Punks, for the first time, able to hold on to the zone for more than just a few seconds, following a couple of specials to flip the zone. But this Stingray is going to be able to do some damage and manage to neutralize, actually flip the zone back in favor of Pursuit now. So fantastic job by Pursuit to be able to, you know, get back in control here. James Bro now going to find themselves in a little bit of a 1v1 here. They both players trying to, you know, suss each other out, but no one able to get a kill there. But it is going to be Wipeout Punks that gets back in control here. And, you know, this is kind of just bombs flying everywhere right now. Specials coming out. Honestly, everybody's playing, you know, almost a little bit erratic right now. This
seems like a little bit of a misplay by Wipeout Punks. They had a situation where they could get control of the whole map right there with most players down, and somehow they still keep it alive. John with a Booyah Bomb on zone, keeping it up, and the rest of the players spawning back in right at the right time. Calculated, I'm sure, and the lead going to Wipeout Punks. Will they take care of Bebop? No, Bebop's not going to die. Takes 2 players down with them. That is kind of a big play in its own right, because that will keep Pursuit in this one. We think, yes, they will cap zone right there. So Bebop with 14 KA kind of leading the pack here for Pursuit, but it has just become a bloodbath here in the middle of zone, and the blood spilling more into the favor of Wipeout Punks. 40 seconds left to go in this one.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, bloodbath indeed. I mean, these teams are just not leaving any soul left on the field. I mean, at this point now, Wipeout Punks are down 2 members, so this is going to be an opportunity for Pursuit to flip this zone back. However, struggling to do so, finally getting the job done there with 20 seconds to go. They need to continue to hold on to this zone and get a couple of crucial picks. One crucial pick that they probably need is John. John going to be throwing down that Booyah Bomb there, which will flip the zone back in the favor of Wipeout Punks. Pursuit going to need to put together something in the last 5 seconds to get the zone back in their favor. They are going to be able to get neutral on it, but not control. And Wipeout Punks survive yet another game.
7 straight wins for the Wipeout Punks, who are staring down a bracket reset possibility coming here after winning game 1 and a game on the counter pick of Pursuit. 16 KA, 7 Stingrays, not enough from Bebop to get the win there for Pursuit. So now you're kind of going back to the drawing boards here. Pursuit, I think this is just the second time all weekend they've won 2 games in a row. The first one being against Access Denied. To their credit, it was once again on Albacore Hotel Zones. That map, I get the idea of that map, but they just can't clutch it out when they need it the most for whatever reason. So now, counter pick number 3 coming out here in this best of 7 set for game number 3, counter pick number 2. And it looks like it is going to be Rainmaker on Blackbelly. Makes sense. If your Stingrays are going to be effective, this is the map you want to go to. And honestly, I feel like this is probably the best map and mode that they could bust out in a situation like this, unless they have something else in their pocket. So this might be a situation of where they're thinking, we need to stop the momentum right now. We need to get this win right now because we don't want to go against a bracket reset against these guys with them having a 9-game winning streak in their pocket. It might be too much momentum to overcome at that point. So why not take the wins out of their sail right now? Let's go all in on Rainmaker Splat Zone or Rainmaker Skate Park.
Yeah, and Rainmaker mode that we haven't seen for a little bit, actually. So I don't think Rainmaker was part of Wipeout Punk's win streak at all. So it's gonna be kind of interesting to see what kind of adjustments they are gonna make here, and they are actually taking their sweet time trying to figure out exactly what it is they want to do. But meanwhile, Pursuit, I think they have an idea of exactly what they want to do, as they are all readied up. But it's gonna be kind of interesting here because trying to stop the momentum on a very momentum-based mode. Well, I guess there's really only one way to find out how this decision is going to pay off.
It's going to be Stingray City here. And John doubling down saying, hey, I got a C-Jet of my own in my back pocket. So for the first time all day, John coming off of a Splatling. I wondered if they were going to go with like a vanilla Splatling. Said no. And look, you see John building up for one right away. And here comes the first Stingray. John doesn't even get an opportunity to fire theirs off. Finally finds some space, safe spot. Are they going to take down Bebop with it? No damage done on either side with those Stingrays, but still fireworks early. Both teams going for blood, and I love it.
Oh man, yeah, no. If those first like 15 seconds were any indication, we are in for a treat on this game. As we do see Wipeout Punks going down a member. Neither team really having strong control of the map quite yet. Kind of just taking, pick for pick right now. So nobody really getting any sort of early advantage at this point. But one thing that is worth noting is that Wipeout Punks did have a number of specials ready there, but neither team has any interest in picking up this Rainmaker right now.
One player goes down. I believe that is James Bro on the right side. Is Lemonade starting to push? Okay, kind of falling back here. I'm kind of lost with where these players are. I think this is the Pursuit side of the map that Lemonade has retreated to as John picks up the Rainmaker, working around that right side. You get a lot of points on that side, but it is very dangerous, especially if there's a Stingray online. They do have a little bit of a window before Bebop gets it online, and it is ready there. It is going to be fired any second as John looking for a right opportunity. Wipeout Punk players doing a good job pushing up there, getting some picks, and 39 remaining on any other map would be a huge score. On this one, it's just something. It's just a placeholder until the game finally ends as two more players go down for Wipeout Punks, and Pursuit finally in a position to where they can get some green paint on the ground and try to get a push going themselves.
Yeah, it's gonna be letting that Rainmaker reset. So Pursuit can take a little bit of a breath here after, putting everything that they had into that defensive stop. And now we're going to be seeing yet another Stingray come out, but not really going to be in the direction of trying to help this Rainmaker push. So a little bit of an interesting, choice there. But now that push is going to get shut down a little bit early, as now Wipeout Punks has the number advantage, and Pursuit seeming that they're going to be stepping back a little bit, and just, conceding this Rainmaker for now. But the Inkjet going to be coming out and chasing Stanley, who holds that Rainmaker, shutting them down. So a fantastic stop there before they got too deep into the half pipe.
We just crossed the halfway point here. Wipeout Punks in the lead, but not a safe lead by any stretch of the imagination on this map. A fourth Stingray coming out from John, tickling Lemonade and Prosper, but not getting any picks. In fact, the counter Stingray by Bebop does take care of the Stingray. That's going to open the door here. Can Lemonade just find a right crease to kind of slip through so that they can get lead? It looks like they found it right here, and they do with a 2-point lead. Pursuit now back into this one with 2 minutes left to go. And now all the Wipeout Punk players are doing a good job kind of cleaning up all the weasels left in the hen house, just making sure they see one player more flanking and does a good job of cleaning it up. Question mark? No, they do jump away, but still a 2-point lead. But again, just like when Wipeout Punks had the lead, at this point, who really cares because of how fast-paced this one is?
Yeah, I mean, it's just this game continues to be a bloodbath. as we now see a 3v2 situation. Both Stingrays online and ready. Unfortunately, though, Pursuit Stingray is going to get shut down there. But John once again kind of holding on to a Stingray, ready for another push here. However, John actually playing a little bit more aggressive, which is pretty interesting here, despite having that Stingray ready.
1 minute left to go. Wipeout Punks with the Rainmaker, just kind of looking to stall right here, just trying to bleed some time off of the clock. And if the opportunity presents itself to push, they will take it. That Stingray coming out pretty early, and it looks like the Stingray should get the pick there on W, who does go down. And making this push here might come back to haunt the Wipeout, or Wipeout Punks making the play there. So Pursuit with the lead. Now working around that left side, trying to just bleed out some clock here. With 30 seconds left to go, trying to push up. They can add to the lead here a little bit, but unless you kind of get the KO, it's still going to be a game you're not comfortable with until the timer is completely bled dry.
Absolutely, and this is the perfect position right now for Lemonade and Pursuit to be holding this Rainmaker. They don't need to put points on the board, but that Booyah Bomb is going to shut down the Rainmaker. However, this Rainmaker in a very tricky situation for Wipeout Punks to work with. So this is now going to be their last-ditch effort here. Oh my goodness, Pop Gun, are they going to be able to pull this one off?
The missile's coming out right at the right time to kind of throw off that Stingray a little bit. So that's step one, survive the Stingray. Step two is going to be push up there and get the splats before that other Stingray comes online. They're already halfway to that other Stingray, Ink Armor and Suction Bomb Rush. So there's a lot of specials for Pursuit to work with here, and nobody is dying, and that is going to be working in the favor of Pursuit. Here comes the Inkjet, here comes the Suction Bomb Rush. Yet another Stingray is online. I don't see a path to victory here for Wipeout Punks. Too much to overcome. They had to go up and get the picks that they needed. And finally, the wind is taken out of the sails of Wipeout Punks. Pursuit finds themselves with their first dub of Grand Finals, and now Wipeout Punks in the position to where they get to make their first counter pick.
Oh man. So, is this the change of the tide that Pursuit was looking for?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. I mean, that was the map they wanted to go with. They knew they needed to get that win so that they don't go down 3-0, even though they had a bracket reset that they could work with. But now Wipeout Punks, yeah, they got their first loss after a 7-game winning streak, but they now have control. They do have like the home court advantage over the course of this entire set here. Right, because they've won game one and they've won one of the counter picks Pursuit brought out. So Wipeout Punks is going to be able to go, if they lose, they're going to be able to lose on their best maps. And it looks like they're going to do, they're asking, yes, they want to do Clan Blitz on the Reef. And again, the counter pick rules for Grand Finals is you can't do the mode you most recently won on. Clan Blitz Reef, they haven't even played Clan Blitz in this set yet. So it's more than safe pick for them to go with. They just couldn't pick Splat Zones or anything on Hotel or Wahoo World, which I think in our map list is just Splat Zones for those two maps. So completely safe pick here. And yeah, Clan Blitz on the Reef. Again, this is where their winning streak started. If you remember back in the Access Denied set, John came in using a remix. But Rin was also in that one as well, and now Mal is out, so a little bit of a different comp from when they were playing back in Losers semifinals. But it's at least a mode they feel comfortable with, and it's a mode they know they're not going to have to deal with a Charger, but they are going to have to deal with either that Stingray from the C-Jet, or they might bust out that Grim Range Blaster from Bebop that they have used earlier in this tournament as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be pretty interesting now because Wipeout Punks won this last time, based off of what I perceive to be more of an error on the side of Access Denied. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can establish themselves in this map a little bit, more confidently and kind of set the pace themselves as opposed to taking advantage of a mistake from the opposition. I mean, of course, you take those, but I think Wipeout Punks definitely are looking to have a bit of a different story this time on this map mode.
Offie's a big fan of Lemonade. I hear that. So there it is, the Grim Range. This Grim Range from Bebop has been very impressive over the course of this tournament here, as we see no real surprises coming out from the side of Wipeout Punks. This is going to be a question of, can that remix get on that bridge and control it? Going to be difficult to do if that Grim Rage from Bebop is just kind of blasting it all game long, as we see armor coming out here from Lemonade, but it's not going to be enough to keep Bebop alive. Lemonade trying to push in to try to get a splat, wisely kind of backs off there, but Wipeout Punk should be able to get established control of the map here, considering they have not lost a player yet, but to Pursuit's credit, they haven't lost anybody other than that one splat they surrendered to Bebop as well.
And John, though, going to be holding this bridge once again, as we do see 2 members down on the side of Pursuit. This is going to be an opportunity for Wipeout Punks. However, it does seem like they did have a missed clam throw there. But they're still in kind of a position to continue to apply some pressure. And of course, as I say that, 2 of their members do go down. Make it 3. John going down as well now. And that is going to be a delayed wipe on the side of Wipeout Punk. So Pursuit now going to be collecting clams, establishing a little bit of a clam economy for themselves. And they're going to get the first dunk of the game, and following up with a small barrage of clams. They do have quite a few clams to pour into the basket. There we go. Finally going to be seeing some of those clams scored at this time, but they continue to kind of just hold this position, and Wipeout Punks really haven't had quite an answer yet. Of course, once again, as I say that is a complete wipe.
Oh, I wonder if that's going to come back to hurt Pursuit in the end there. Yeah, you like going all out to get points there, but getting wiped while you're scoring surrenders complete control of mid to Wipeout Punk. So there's an opportunity for a counter push here. Bebop looking for a chance to kind of drop down there and use the range that Grim Range has, because John's just controlling the entire map from mid right now. A Booyah Bomb coming out and a lot of clams on the side of Wipeout Punks, but they do lose one player trying to go around that left side. I can't tell what player for Pursuit is up there trying to make a play. That is Lemonade, just kind of body blocking everybody and shutting down this push for Wipeout Punks. So no damage done. Oh, actually, man, that might work out to their advantage that they didn't jump back there, because Little Stanley's getting a huge double. Are they going to keep that power clam alive? No, but man, if they had jumped back, they would have lost that power clam anyway. So Pursuit doing a good job of Pursuit's movement has been so damaging against Wipeout Punks in this set. They are moving quickly and striking with a purpose with each push that they're doing here, and it's allowed them to hold on to this lead through the first 3 minutes of this game.
That it has. And Wipeout Punk's finally starting to get a little bit of position here in mid. John having control of that bridge, of course, getting shut down once again though. But they do have quite a few clams to their name, as Pursuit trying to utilize that free echolocator to shut down anything that Wipeout Punks has in their pockets. But they do actually have 2 members pushing pretty far up to Pursuit's basket. So Pursuit, kind of having to still continue to play defensively.
Prospering off of those flats right there, looking to get him one more on W, and does. Man, Pursuit looks like a completely different team right now, and Wipeout Punk's looking a little bit discombobulated as well. You see a couple players struggling to get anything going as far as stats are concerned. That could change very quickly. All it takes is one good push, and Wipeout Punks are a really good team at capitalizing on winning games with just one legit strong push. But right now, Pursuit in complete control. You see Bebop holding on to this power clam, just kind of looking to work with James Bro to get a splat. James Bro goes down. Bebop kind of forced to kind of back up a little bit here. Bebop like in this pseudo anchor position, as now we see finally an opportunity for Wipeout Punks to do something. The Prosper going down with their Inkjet. Little Stanley sharking around this left side. Do they realize? Yes, they make a nice response there. A nice cleanup. I believe that was Lemonade once again shutting down that alleyway. And Pursuit is, man, this looks like a completely different Pursuit team that we've seen so far.
Yeah, and one thing that they've actually done really well is shutting down John. John has yet to find a position in this game so far. John actually first kill came with under a minute left to play. So they've really kind of removed them from the equation for Wipeout Punks, as Pursuit continues to just hold a pretty strong position here. But once again, Wipeout Punk's gonna have a numbers advantage heading into the closing seconds of this game, and this is where they had the turnaround last time. There is the first dunk that they need. However, they do need quite a few clams to go in. They need 30 more points to tie. So that's going to be 11 clams is what they need to get into this basket at this time. But with 2 members down on the side of the Wipeout Punks, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get this done. They do get a couple more in, but that is going to be it. Wait, no, actually, I think they had a couple more clams. But with a couple of clutch jumps in here, the power clam going to be just shy. And Pursuit is going to be able to hold off the Wipeout Punks and rewrite a little bit of history here.
I thought they were going to get that. I thought they were going to pull something crazy out there at the end.
I honestly thought they might have too, but you know, credit to Pursuit.
And, you know, I kind of said, we're going to be looking for this. At what point does Wipeout Punk start to run out of gas? I think over the course of that game, they looked kind of gassed in that game. They were struggling to kind of take advantage of the opportunities that were presented to them. They were struggling to get picks. I mean, they had their chances, but you had Lemonade single-handedly shutting down the alleyway, forcing everybody to the street to where the Grim Range just kind of ate them up there. So Pursuit, all of a sudden, after losing the first 2, seems like the more coordinated team. So Wipeout Punks need to take this opportunity to come up with a counter pick where that they know they can win on. They need to get that momentum back because it looked like it's been taken away from them, possibly for good.
Yeah, I mean, Wipeout Punk's kind of, you know, in a state of just a frantic state right now. They really need to figure out what needs to change to get this back in their favor, because as of right now, it seems like we've reached that brick wall in their run. And that is ultimately the challenge at this point. You can make a run through losers bracket, but once you hit that wall, that is where your tournament is decided. You need to be able to overcome that, because that is how you win these types of things. You need to be able to come up clutch. I mean, they're playing a marathon right now. They are running a marathon. And, you know, as a former runner myself, like this is the hardest part. This is, you know, the end is in sight, and you basically are running on fumes. But you need to dig down, reassess, get your team heads back into the game, and figure out, how do we get ourselves back in this?
And that's yeah, Wipeout Punk's running a marathon. Pursuit basically ran like a mini marathon, and then had like a nice hour-and-a-half break to kind of stretch their legs a little bit and get ready for this other one. Whereas Wipeout Punks have not had that break at all. A very stressful run through losers finals. Now, what gives you that jolt of life right back? A steamroll. If you just come out in this game and just dominate from start to finish, that gets your VC hype again, that gets all your players excited, and that takes momentum away from Pursuit. And what better map and mode that they have that can cause a bit of frustration in a quick KO if they play it just right? It's Clam Blitz at Piranha Pit. Now, the problem is Pursuit dominated on this map the last time they played in it against Troll, I already forgot their name, Troll Garden or something. Yes, Trollphoon. Troll Garden seems like a pretty good one as well. But I think we're gonna see Bebop come back out with the, we were kind of expecting them to use C-Jet last time. They came out with Hydra. I would expect John to use Hydra as well. So we might have a Hydra v Hydra matchup, or if they're listening to the commentary, which it's very possible they are, we might see a Stingray come out to kind of counter somebody else's Hydra here. But yeah, I think the mindset with Wipeout Punks is, let's try to get a quick KO here, and that will revitalize all the energy we need to close out this set and force a bracket reset.
Well put, Popgun. But here we go into a very decisive Game 5. This will ultimately decide the tide of this set, putting one of these teams a victory away from securing this set. So there is that Hydra that we saw, but John going to be sticking with that heavy remix. You know, I'm honestly kind of surprised Wipeout Punk's neither a Hydra nor a Stingray.
Look, the Splatlings going right at each other, right at the start. Let's meet in the mid, 1v1. Let's go. Hydra being very effective. And John gets the splat. 3 players going down. This is the boost Wipeout Punks was looking for, and already they're going to get the score. If they can find a way to throw the clams at the right person. 1 player left alive at that useless area. That's interesting. Inkjet getting popped off, and the nice pick there by Bebop. So only 65 points scored, and Stanley says, nah, we got what we came for. Let's get out of it. But good. A good opening Wipeout Punks needed, but here's where Pursuit won the game last time they played on this map. They reset themselves. They got the picks they needed. They got Bebop set up in the enemy base, and it was over from there. But wow, Bebop goes down again.
Ooh, that is absolutely crucial. Pursuit now does have quite a few clams in their pockets at this time, but unfortunately not really in a position to make anything happen with those clams. Bebop gonna try to drop down now, but unfortunately nobody really near them, not gonna be able to assist quite in the way that they've anticipated yet, but they are eyeing this Booyah Bomb, but the Booyah Bomb is eyeing them!
You gonna move? You gonna move, bro? You gonna move? So, it's Splatling versus Splatling brawl going on right there, and I love it. But right now it seems to be going into the favor of Pursuit, who has three players down on the side of Wipeout Punks, and they have the man advantage here. But trying to go in, Prosper with Bebop with the power clam, and Prosper doing a good. Oh no, actually Prosper getting taken down by the L3. Who's that on the L3? That we haven't seen that weapon at all yet. That is Mal. Okay, it's coming off the K Pro, going with something that's going to put a lot more paint on the ground. And this L3 paying dividends is. Quite honestly, there is a lot of paint that can be put out by Wipeout Punks here that we haven't seen so far with the comps they've used before.
Yeah, but Wipeout Punks are going to be the ones that continue to put points on the board as Pursuit struggling to get anything going here. They do go 3 down. This is going to be huge for Wipeout Punks to get a couple more points on the board. However, a great comeback from James Throw to try to shut down this push, getting 2 members down. But with no more clams, that is going to be it for Wipeout Punks. 29 points remaining though. A solid push as Pursuit has yet to even put any points on the board.
I would have loved to see Wipeout Punks just stay there. Yeah, they didn't have the clams, but there was no reason to really give up control of the enemy base. It looked like they might have lost too many players, and so be it. But now they're going to give Pursuit an opportunity to build up some more clams. And all that yellow paint that was on the ground, that's just going to be special feed for Pursuit here. So they're going to build up that double armor and that double missile that they use. The missiles can be used to kind of push players out of the way. And if they time their armors right, they can just chain them and just march their way down the field. So Wipeout Punks, Bebop getting a nice pick on the L3, turns right around and takes down rival John as well. And the last player left alive is the K-Shot, firing missiles that don't really do anything. And now Eliminate's going to clean up that K-Shot player who's still alive. W getting taken down by Prosper, I guess from a missile, who is still staying alive. But 2 players go down for Pursuit as the Wipeout Punk players are coming back in and responding. And the last player, the K-Shot, jumps out. 1:20 left to go here. Wipeout Punks with the lead, but it is not a comfortable lead at all.
No, as Pursuit, that was a good push for Pursuit because now they've got Wipeout Punks a little bit scared at this point. But Wipeout Punks, I think they are going to rely on just putting together a defensive effort in this last minute. Not going to be seeing much of a push out of them as Pursuit is just playing very aggressive at this time. And, you know, Wipeout Punks know what they can do out of just from that previous push. So they're going to be playing a little bit extra cautious, which might end up biting them in the butt a little bit if they just, you know, have one little misstep on right underneath their basket.
Pursuit being the aggressive team right now, playing like the team that is desperate to get the win, gets 2 players down. This Inkjet goes down as well, and that is a wipe, and that'll likely be the lead right there, as they do have enough clams to keep it going a little bit longer. I think they have a Mercy clam back at home that they can go grab as well. Right now, they don't have the clams that they need, but they need to get some splats to go along with it. The Wipeout Punk players aren't getting the picks they need, and here comes that Mercy clam. It gets blocked from the wall, but still caught on the rebound is big. Bebop, and they have enough clams potentially to get the KO right here, but they get taken down. So there is a window still for Wipeout Punks to get the win, but Pursuit, their aggression works in their favor, and now we're going to go into overtime. They need to pop the basket, go in another Mercy Clam, and then throw in some more on top of that. There's a lot of yellow paint on the ground right now, starting off with a Booyah Bomb from John. The L3 kind of working around that zipline area, not going to go for it. Missiles coming out, don't really accomplish anything. Two players going down for Pursuit. John passes the Power Clam up ahead. They do pop the basket. Bebop cranking around that left side. They're one more clam away. Can they get it in there? The L3 being the last player left alive is stuck on Inkjet. Is getting a plat. Got two splats. Oh, but they don't get it in time. Wow. And Pursuit hangs on. 3-2 and one game away from ending this tournament.
Oh my goodness. What a game 5 from both of these teams. But it is ultimately Pursuit that holds it together. And look at Bebop with that 26 KA. Holy smokes.
That's your tournament. I'm sorry, that's your tournament right there. How do you come back from that? That was everything Wipeout Punks needed in that one. That was the type of win that would have give them the shock of life they needed to go back into the set. But man, that is so mentally difficult to come back from. And now you're down 3-2. You have to win your next two. You have to win your first counter pick, and then you have to win on Pursuit's counter pick. I think that's it.
Well, Wipeout Punks though, I think there's still a glimmer of hope. It's really looking a bit dismal for them right now. But I think there's still a glimmer of hope because Wipeout Punks across the board, double-digit KAs. They played that game really well. It is very, very defeating, yes, to lose by one clam. Literally a tied game, you get 1 point memed. So that is very defeating in of itself. But I don't think the Wipeout Punks are out of it yet. In that first half of that last game, we saw a little bit of that momentum being regained, but Pursuit obviously completely shutting it down. But I think Wipeout Punks, if they are able to just kind of, block that out and really kind of see what went well for them in the first 3 minutes or so of that game and continue to rely on that, they still have a chance. And they're going to try to bank on that in Rainmaker Manta Maria.
Rainmaker Manta Maria, this has to be the single best thing you have in your arsenal. Rainmaker being the first mode they lost on that took momentum away from them. Obviously, they've won all their games on Splat Zones. They can't go back to Splat Zones yet because they haven't won on anything outside of Splat Zones up to this point. So maybe the best thing they want to go to is Splat Zones. They're just blocked from going to it, but they're wanting to go Rainmaker at Manta Maria here. I mean, this is a C-Jet playground. Bebop probably saying, thank you. I know I got 26 KA on that Hydra, but I'm more than happy to go back to the C-Jet. And this is one Wipeout Punks. Again, if they get an early wipe and get a quick KO, winning this game is important, but how they win it is going to be critical in how they go into Game 7. Is it either going to be a really close win? Is it going to be a long, dragged-out win? How they get this dub is going to be so important, but just getting it at all, obviously, is what they need to keep this tournament alive. John coming out with the Stingray, C-Jet, and, what? What? That is a 52 deco.
Yes, that is in fact a 52 deco.
Okay, so we're still going to see the Stingray and Curly Bomb, but not the C-Jet that's gotten Bebop up to this point, and we see him being really aggressive with that added aggression, but it doesn't work out right there. But clearly, they're looking for a little bit more of a frontliner presence with the 52 deco while still keeping the Stingray.
Yeah, but early on here, we are going to see a little bit of back and forth. I mean, neither team kind of establishing a strong position quite yet in the first 40 seconds or so. Stingray going to be coming out from Bebop. trying to just eliminate anybody that's hanging around that Rainmaker right now. They do not want the Wipeout Punks to, you know, even sniff this Rainmaker right now. But finally, they are going to pick it up, and they are going to try to take the cut on the far right side. The Booyah Bomb going to be coming out to help with that, and they do get it. So that is going to be pretty helpful in trying to get some points very quickly on the board. But 52 points is where they do get shut down for now. And I don't think they have the numbers to try to continue this, but they are going to try it anyways. Oh my goodness. But I think for sure this is the end of that push. 32 points remaining though. A solid effort in the first minute and a half.
I can't think off the top of my head what score you get if you drop it all the way down in that pit there from the wall. They didn't get it all the way down. They got it to that clam blitz area. I don't know if it's more than 32 or not. They got it pretty deep into that clam blitz area. So that's a good score to have. But when two players are down, this isn't a comfortable situation. Stingray's online combined with this missile. Oh, Illumineye's just going for it. It doesn't realize that there is a little Stanley just waiting around the edge for them to pick it up. Oh, at one point, they still hold on, but two players still alive. Prosper not being able to get the pop, but they can get a couple of splats here. They can do something with it, and instead they don't. The Rainmaker will get picked up, but it's not out of... This is what's so frustrating about this map when you have the lead, is that getting it past your own street is very difficult. And you don't really want to jump off the side of the map because you're just losing a player and giving it back to somebody who already has control of mid. John desperately trying to get a splat here or build up Stingray because this is a scary situation. Nice pick on Lemonade, and James Bro still trying to make something happen. One more player jumping in. Can W get that pick as well? And finally, with Bebop being the last player left alive, getting taken down, and no more stealth jumps alive that can jump in. Oh, this is nerve-wracking for Wipeout Punks, but at least for now, they still hold on to the lead.
Yeah, their heart's gotta be beating 1,000,000 miles per hour right now. I mean, and rightfully so, but they put together a really good stop there. Pursuit putting together a really good effort there, just coming in very aggressive with those jumps. Unfortunately, not able to get much else done. But at this point, specials coming out from everybody in mid right now, and that's going to be 3 down on the side of Wipeout Punks. Lemonade picking up this Rainmaker, going to be taking it into the street. They're looking for the lead, and they are going to be able to get it, I think. Yes, they do. 22 points remaining is where they do get shut down for now. It's a 3v3 situation. Make that 2 down on the side of Pursuit now, but they do try to pick it up again. They do get 2 more points on the board, but with a wipe, that should be the end of the push for Pursuit, but 20 points remaining. That is going to be very challenging now for Wipeout Punks to overcome.
This has been the situation Wipeout Punks have been in all day long. They've been playing in games like this where if you lose, you are done from the tournament, and they have won 5 straight times. Do they have one more miracle left in them? A minute to go here. They need to drop the Rainmaker down into the enemy pit and go a little bit further, but they need to get the splats first. You see W trying to keep an eye on the left side, but doesn't recognize the call out from James Bro coming as well. Bebop. RNG going to work out in their favor to win that 1v1, and that is a wipe. And 50 seconds left to go here. Pursuit looking for a little bit more than just the tournament win. They're trying to get the KO and end it before the timer reaches 0. Prosper popping off that inkjet one more time as W doesn't win that 1v1 either. This is Pursuit's game to lose at this point, and oh man, this is going to be a very difficult one for Wipeout Punks to come back from.
It definitely is. They are not in a great position right now. This is the first time in a while that I think they've had all 4 of their members up for an extended period of time. And of course, as I say that, 2 of their members do go down with 15 seconds to play. They do have 2 specials from the remaining players to work with, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough at this time. 10 seconds to go. This Rainmaker is kind of just sitting in a bit of a stalemate position. They're going to be forced to pick it up and retreat with it. Ooh. Unfortunately, though, with a DC at the last second, it is going to be Pursuit that runs away with this tournament.
Stop the dispute. Cheer for Pursuit, who has won Low Ink August 2021. That DC happening at an awkward time didn't really affect anything at all at the grand scheme there, but Pursuit just being the more aggressive team on that Rainmaker, and hats off to Wipeout Punks for putting on a great performance and putting out the best effort of any team we've seen come from losers bracket. But yeah, they clearly just ran out of gas right there. If they play that set a little bit earlier that might be more competitive, but Pursuit got the one win they needed back in Rainmaker or Black Belly and did not look back from there. So congratulations once again to Pursuit. But man, what a run by Wipeout Punks. I mean, we're going to talk about Pursuit because a lot of those players have been in Low Ink for a long time. They've been working their way through Gamma Bracket, and for Bebop, who finished second place back in May, I want to say, to Ink Reapers back when they were on Fruit Punch, to be on this stage again and to walk out with a dub must be a great feeling to have.
Absolutely, especially, coming off of one of those clutch games, that 26KA on Piranha Pit. I mean, just mind-boggling. These two teams put on just a fantastic show for us today, and I just feel very lucky to be able to talk over this.
Oh, wow. What a tournament. And for those of you, we are going to get to the announcement soon enough, but for those of you who are tuning in, maybe this is your first time watching a Low Ink, maybe this is your first time being aware that this tournament even exists. We thank you guys for being here. We thank you for being a part of this community, of this tournament. One of the most well-supported tournaments in this entire community. We have people in chat who have won this tournament in the past that still show up every single month. We have people who have won this tournament that come back and staff it and reinvest in this, and we have teams that have been pouring their heart and souls into this tournament, including several players that you saw today on Pursuit and Wipeout Punks. It means so much to a lot of these players. And I thank you at home for watching this, and I ask you, make sure you keep in mind what other events are going on in IPL, because we got a lot of really great things going on, and we're going to get to something else as well. But before we get to that, DRF, go ahead and plug yourself for a bit.
Sure thing. So thank you, IPL, very much for having me. This was once again a lot of fun. But you can go ahead and find me at DRF_Splatoon on Twitter and Twitch, TritonDRF. And Popgun, would you like to plug yourself?
Twitch at Mr_Popgun. We'll be recapping everything you just saw on screen here today, including the announcement you're about to see on my stream, the Popcast, tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern Time on my Twitch channel, Popgun25, so make sure you check that out. But that's enough talking from us. We've teased you guys enough. We are going to be giving you an announcement, but once again, congratulations to Pursuit, your champions of August 2021 Low Ink, the 36th team to be welcomed into the High Ink Club. Congratulations to them. And thank you all again for watching. From all of us here at IPL, the head TO, JPEG, myself, our producer, Kraken Fair, our producer, Ink Fairer. I did it again. Wow. It's great having so many different producers here. We thank you all for watching and enjoy the announcement coming up. And two players go down before they can throw their power cleanse. I don't know what took them out there. Tail sliding in. This got pop in their arm.
They just need to pick up a few more clams. They do have one from Barry. They have enough, I think. They just need two more.
They see one. Barry.
by Leafy there as well. The bomb rusher goes down the full line.
They got it! They actually did it! They're coming back!
Might have done it, but it's impossible to tell. Shoot-up situation on both sides. Cherry's going to be the one who goes down, and I actually think Requiem with the complete whip at the end are going to be your testing grounds 1 champions.